It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, June 3rd, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Great to be back. Lovely day here in New York City. Another beautiful spring day. And I'm a little bit tired. A lot has happened over the last few days, but very, very happy, filled with gratitude and appreciation. It's been a great few days here for the program, for all of us, and a lot to discuss, I would say. A lot to discuss on this Monday afternoon. Golly, there's a lot to discuss, but we wouldn't want it to be any other way. Great to be back. Great to have DraftKings on board. You know the deal by now. Later in the program, we tell you more about them. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC, so much love to them. UFC 302 has come and gone in beautiful Newark, New Jersey, and we were in Newark, New Jersey on Friday. What a time it was, and thank you very much to everyone who bought a ticket. All net proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation. That was amazing. Thank you to everyone who attended. We had around 450 people in attendance by the time everything was said and done at the NJPAC in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey to be exact. Just for comparison's sake, the show that we did in New York prior to the MSG card had about 150 people in attendance, I do believe. So this was a big upgrade. Thank you to everyone who listened after the fact. We put it on the Ariel Helwani Show feed. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the fighters and their team, members, handlers, all that stuff who showed up. In the end, we had Armin Tsarukyan, Aljamain Sterling, Ally Quinta, Kayla Harrison, Alex Pereira with Plinio Cruz, and the mystery guest, in case you didn't hear, was the great Daniel Cormier. It was incredible. It was an amazing night. And most importantly, thank you to everyone who helped behind the scenes put that together. It's not easy, but everyone knocked it out of the park and then some, if that's even possible. From New York Rick to GC to Frank in particular, to Brian and Jerry and everyone behind the scenes who made that happen. I really do appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. And what was interesting about it was, unlike this program where I can stretch if someone is late, like a Luke Littler, I can stretch and we could talk about some things. They told me right before I went on, the show started at 8, and they told me right before I went on, if we went to 10:01, so we had it slotted for 8 to 10. If it hit 10:01, if the clock hit 10:01, it was $1,000 extra. And at that point, between 10:01 to 10:29, it's $1,000. So it doesn't matter if you go to 10:13, 10:28, or 10:01, it's $1,000. Then you go to 30 to 59, it's another $1,000. So there was a slight delay at the top, Armin getting in, then we made up time, and then we're just vibing with DC at the end, and it's like, I look at the clock, it's 9:55, and there's a part of me that's thinking, do I just eat it? And we're sort of like mid-flow. Like usually a conversation has a beginning, a middle, and then an end. You want to have an arc to it. And we're mid-convo. We're flowing out there. And then I'm just like, you know what? It's 9:57. Let me just take this baby home. And then we just wrapped it up and saved $1,000. Had a nice meet and greet. Gave away a bunch of stuff. Gave away a one-of-one shirt. It was a great time. And we're going to do more of these. So I appreciate everyone asking, come to this place, or when are you coming here, or why don't you come here? We're going to do more of these, and I love doing them, and I appreciate all that goes into it behind the scenes. I just show up and obviously, help with the guests and all that, but a lot goes in, and so thank you very much to everyone who attended, who bought tickets, who worked on it behind the scenes, who came as guests. Beautiful night. That was Friday, and then, of course, Saturday, we had UFC 302 in Newark. That's part of what we have to talk about. But obviously, a lot of us woke up to some breaking news. So we're going to get into all of that. And there was some breaking news on Friday as well. So let's get into things. Back into the show, we'll recap the weekend as far as betting is concerned. Let's see how the pals did. And let's see how GC did. Prior to that, we'll be joined by one of the best minds in the game, the YouTube sensation, my good friend and yours, the greatest flyweight champion and one of the greatest champions in the UFC, the history of the UFC, and the history of MMA. The great Demetrious Johnson will stop by to talk about UFC 302, his thoughts on that, and a whole lot more. So always great when Mighty Mouse stops by. Prior to that, we will be joined by Ailín Pérez, who had the big win over Joselyne Edwards. They had a fracas, you may recall, at the Performance Institute, the PI, back in November. And so the UFC, credit to them, they don't always do this. See Leon Edwards v. Jorge Masvidal. I mean, eventually they did it. They did actually book that fight eventually, but it took a while. Anyway, they booked them. Perez wins. It's now 3 in a row for her. And afterwards, she even called out Kayla Harrison. She's a great character. And so I look forward to having her back on. Randy Brown had a big win over Elizeu Zaleski dos Santos. That's 3 in a row for him as well. And quite a run for him. In his last 8, he's won 7 of them. The only loss was a submission loss to Jack Della Maddalena in February of 2023. So he is climbing the ranks at 170 pounds. Rude boy doing his thing. And prior to that, we're going to be joined by Eddie Alvarez, the underground king himself, who was in attendance on Saturday. So wanted to get his perspective on the night and see what he thought of Islam Makhachev's thrilling win over Dustin Poirier. By now, you know Dustin Poirier didn't finish the story. And by now, you know that UFC 302 was a somewhat forgettable card, let's be honest, with an unforgettable main event. In my opinion, as of right this second, that is the fight of the year because I was riveted. I was struggling during the co-main. I still don't understand why the co-main was 5 rounds, and it didn't feel like a number 1 contender fight for me, and it wasn't billed as such. And so I'm still a little bit confused. And I thought it took a lot of the life out of the building because the Kevin Holland win was certainly thrilling. His submission win over Michal Oleksiejczuk. The co-main was a tough watch. And then you get to the main event, and Dustin Poirier walks out to the cover of Diamonds and the great song, pay the cost to be the boss. And it's just such a scene. And he's wearing the gold gloves. And then there's Islam. And then you're watching it and you're like, oh man, is this going to end in 2 minutes? And then he survives that first round. And then there's ebbs and flows, and there's moments where he's doing his thing, and he's going to the body, and he's boxing, and he's stuffing a takedown here or there, and he's surviving some submission attempts. Overall, it just seems like an absolute, just a miserable experience going up against Islam. Just a miserable experience. He is just so relentless. He is so strong. He doesn't stop. And even the final sequence, you see how he transitions into the Darce. The guy is he's like an octopus down there. And, what he has, there's going to be the constant comparison between him and Khabib. He's a much better striker than Khabib was. And maybe Khabib was just a little bit tougher on the ground, but complete package, he is that guy. And while you could walk away from that fight saying, okay, Dustin was able to stuff this and he was able to survive that. That was a big time performance where Islam had to dig deep against a guy who was literally laying it all on the line. This was it. Does Dustin fight again? We could talk about that. Does he walk away? We'll talk about it. But he emptied the tank. There was nothing left. Islam's just trying to survive and successfully defend the belt and move on to the next. Dustin is fighting for his life. He is fighting for his dreams. And so I thought that was a really impressive. In the moment, I will admit, like when I did the post show, I was like, were there some holes? If I'm Arman Tsarukyan, am I walking away thinking, all right, I got this? That's in the moment. But as I let the performance marinate till today, blown away by what Islam did. And then, you find out that maybe he was dealing with some stuff, and everyone's dealing with some stuff. But like that was a big time performance against a guy who was desperate. There's so much that we could talk about as far as that fight is concerned, and we will on today's program. Where does Islam go from here? Where does Dustin go from here? Is Islam, in fact, the number one pound for pound fighter on the planet? All that stuff and more. And then, of course, the Strickland Costa fight. That was the other big story, and some of the wonky judging that kind of plagued the night. So we will get to all of that, I promise. And then, of course, on Friday, we found out that the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight has been, at least as of right now, postponed. And I do have some information on that as well. Mike Tyson dealing with a health issue that popped up at the beginning of last week, and then it did not get better, and the call was made, and rightfully so, thankfully so, to pull the plug on this for July 20th, with the intent to rebook it at a later date. So we'll get into all of that and more. But let us get to the breaking news. I don't want to beat around the bush and delay, because I know a lot of people are curious about this and are turning to us for some kind of information here. And so I will tell you my timeline as it pertains to the breaking news, and then we could take it from there. Saturday night, we found out. Well, we didn't find out. We saw the UFC posted a video for a promo for UFC 303. That's the next pay-per-view. That's Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler on June 29th in Las Vegas. Pretty solid promo. Good stuff. Interest is building. Late Sunday morning, I got word that the press conference, which was scheduled for today at noon Eastern, 5 in Dublin. The press conference, by the way, which was slated to be held at the 3 Arena in Dublin. The press conference, by the way, which was not a paid ticketed event, but was a ticketed event, meaning you had to sign up in advance in order to attend the press conference, and you had to get a ticket. No payment required, but you still had to have a ticket to attend. I was told was quote unquote sold out. No tickets left. Approximately 10,000 people were expected to show up. 10,000. Think of that for a press conference. Absurd. No one on the planet, no one in combat sports can draw a crowd like that. I don't even know how many people in sports can draw a crowd like that on their own. And this was the Conor McGregor show. But like I said last week, Chandler, the perfect dance partner for something like this, because he was going to thrive and relish being in that bad guy role. And so it was such a hot ticket that eventually stories came out that on the secondary market, people were actually selling the free tickets because people were desperate to attend. Craziness. Anyway, I find out late yesterday morning that the press conference is in jeopardy. Now, I will say that I wasn't given a reason. So, you kind of wait to see how it all plays out. Then a couple hours later, I find out the press conference is canceled. My first question was, is Michael Chandler in Dublin? Because if so, that really sucks. If so, if this fight is still good to go, and let's assume, and this is me in that moment, this dude just flew from either Nashville or Florida to Dublin, and he's going to do nothing with, 4 weeks to go. I was told he was just about to go to the airport. He was just about to go to the airport and was in Nashville, was about to go to Dublin, got the word that it was on ice, that it wasn't looking good, chilled for a minute, got the word it was canceled, and then went back to train in Florida. So if you're a Michael Chandler fan and you were worried that he just wasted a lot of time traveling across the pond, have no fear, that didn't happen. And so, all right, if you're wondering why I personally didn't report it yesterday, this is the game that we play, and this has been, the case to varying degrees throughout my entire career. When someone says you can't report it, you have to, as much as you want to put it out there, as much as it's eventually going to come out there, you have to respect those wishes, and you have to keep it under your hat. And so that I did, and was wondering at some point, maybe in the middle of the night, our time, if it would come out. And lo and behold, I ended up waking up at around 5 o'clock, and I saw that I think it was at around midnight our time, 5 a.m. local time, the UFC put out on all its social media channels that the press conference had been postponed. The official language was essentially the UFC 303 Dublin press conference postponed until further notice. That's it. It's always tricky when you get into the whole postponed, canceled game. What is postponed? What is canceled? I never really know. Like, is Jake Paul, Mike Tyson postponed or canceled? Well, the date of July 20th is canceled, right? They're not having a fight on that day. But if they do fight at a later day, does that mean that the event was just postponed? I don't really know. And so in this particular case, like, they're not having a press conference today. So the press conference scheduled for June 3rd, 2024 is not happening. To me, that's a cancellation. But if it happens at a later day, I guess in retrospect, the whole thing was just postponed to a later day. It's all semantics, but there is no press conference happening today. And there isn't one scheduled for tomorrow or the next day. And as of right this moment, I don't know. It is unclear to everyone involved if there is going to be a press conference in Dublin leading up to the next Conor McGregor fight. Okay. Here's what I do know. Here is what I can tell you. I am seeing, obviously, a lot of speculation online as to why it was postponed. The UFC has not said anything. Chandler put out, somewhat of a vague, cryptic tweet, and nothing from Conor McGregor or his team. And I see a lot of people wondering what it could be. I could tell you right now with 100% certainty, confirmed, 1,000%, that nothing with regards to any sort of legal issue, incident of any kind, drama of any kind, criminal thing of any kind, fight of any kind, alcohol, this, that, like, none of that is at play here. There is no salacious story. There is no, there's no great drama. There's no great theater. There's no story. There's nothing going to come out. There's no egg on anyone's face. Nothing of that sort. With regards to any sort of like out of athletic activities, if you get what I'm saying. I can also tell you with 100% certainty, because I'm seeing all the stuff here. I'm seeing all the theories and the people throwing out stuff. There's nothing regarding any sort of drug testing or anti-doping or anything like that. It is not that. I could tell you that the press conference was postponed today due to an issue that has precluded it from happening. And so the question now is, A, are they going to pick a new date? And of course, on everyone's mind is, will this affect June 29th? As of right this second, me sitting in my chair talking about this, June 29th is still on. But, let's see what happens. It is 26, is my math correct? Yes, 26 days away. So it's all kind of developing as we speak. But as of right now, June 29th is still on. And hopefully we get more information with regards to all of it. There are several things that are important to note, in my opinion. Historically, if you've been following Conor McGregor, you know that if, in fact, he is dealing, let's just say, with an injury, you know that historically he fights through those things. Most famously against the likes of Chad Mendes back at UFC 189. He had a messed up knee. He has, fought the likes of Nate Diaz and even came back after the Diaz fight on a pretty quick turnaround to fight Eddie Alvarez at Madison Square Garden, where he wasn't quite 100%. So that is important just to bring up to some of the newer fans. But I do acknowledge that this is a different point in his life. Conor McGregor in 2015 is not Conor McGregor with a boatload of cash, with a boatload of money, with a boatload, in his bank account. It's not the same guy 9 years later. And what I mean by that is 9 years ago, you can afford to roll the dice and say, you know what? I'm climbing. This is my time. I'm in my prime. I'm trying to get to the big money. You gotta just fight through. Conor McGregor in 2024 can afford to wait 2, 3, 4 months, if need be, 1 month, if need be. So it's going to be very interesting to see if it's the same old Conor, or if it's what I'm trying to say here is that, like, if something is at play, you don't need to roll the dice like you did against Chad Mendes, because let's be honest, you saw the look on his face after the Mendes fight, just incredible relief. The other thing that I think is really interesting about all of this, And again, all of this can change in the next 10 minutes, but I'm just sort of talking it out with all of you guys. If you look at the UFC 303 card, the current, and they actually, interesting enough, released the main card on the broadcast on Saturday. The current co-main event is Jamal Hill versus Carlos Ulberg. I thought that they would go with Ian Gary versus MVP because I think it's the biggest second fight on the card. Does that make sense? It's the second biggest fight, I should say, on the card. But it doesn't really matter. I hope this doesn't turn into like another Bo Nickel, like, should he be on the main card or not? Who cares? All that being said, Conor versus Chandler is not a title fight, but he kind of plays by his own rules. Given their pay-per-view arrangement, they like to have and usually strive to have, barring like super, 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 special circumstances, they like to have a title on the line in the main event. Just look at last July, they resurrected the BMF title after saying that they would never use it again or have it defended again because they needed a title fight for that July pay-per-view in Salt Lake City. And so the question then becomes, at what point are you trying to make something new, or at what point are you just trying to salvage this card? There's just so much at play, man. There's so much at play, and it's going to be it's International Fight Week. There's the Hall of Fame. There's the UFC X. There's a lot at play here. And so I typed in Conor McGregor's name on Google here, and I'm seeing a lot of the headlines about UFC abruptly canceling and last minute cancellation and all that stuff. It is important to note, and I sympathize greatly with people who traveled. I know a lot of media traveled. I know fans were traveling. I know people were waiting with bated breath to witness this. He hasn't been in a press conference setting in Dublin since 2015, since March of 2015, when he was part of that world tour with Jose Aldo. There's so many people that are probably disappointed right now, and I can't even imagine how Michael Chandler is feeling. Because Michael Chandler has been sitting on this fight for well over a year, and he's probably staring at the days like a guy in prison, just like counting them off, just praying to get to June 29th, because just think about the legacy, think about the money, think about the purse, think about the sponsorship, think about everything that is at play and that can be gained by just making it to the fight, and in the aftermath of the fight, if in fact he has a great performance and beats Conor McGregor. And so he has to be gutted right now that this wasn't happening, because let's be honest, this was going to be a great opportunity for him. But the fight's still on. As of right this minute, the fight is still on. I just want everyone to know that there's no sort of scandalous, salacious story at play here. The full story hopefully will come out in the future. I hope you can revert back to what I was saying at the beginning of all of this regarding, information. What's on the record, what's off the record is just a game that we have to play. But I can tell you right now with 100% certainty, confirmation, that there's nothing salacious, there's nothing scandalous, there's no failed drug test, there's nothing of that sort. Things pop up, and so let's see how this story plays out. That's probably the most that we can provide. Just stare at my phone. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at this moment. All right. So, let's see how this story plays out, but it's now going to be the biggest story between, I mean, it's always the biggest story. And I understand why people are going there, by the way. There's the videos of, him having a good time. I know Dana White addressed some of those videos at the press conference on Saturday. My impression is, we're going to find out. We're going to find out if that's a thing. Everyone that I've talked to who is, a part of that orbit is saying that, like, dialed in, revved and ready to go, kind of likes that, people are doubting him, that they're thinking he's partying, that he's out there. But ultimately the truth comes out. The truth comes out in the performance, in the fight. And so we hope that the performance and fight happens on June 29th. And we see what the way the cookie crumbles on this one. So, yeah. Let's talk to the guys in the back, get their reaction to this news. Press conference. By the way, are we going with postponed or are we going with canceled? I mean, I guess the official word is. Do you understand what I'm saying, Rick? I mean, you're a stickler for this stuff. If it happens at a later date, then in retrospect you could say this was postponed. But if it doesn't ever happen, then when the story is told, this press conference was canceled. Is that the best way to do it?
I would say canceled unless they know that they're going to rebook it, right? That is the safer thing. Because if you say the word postponed, people think that it is coming, but just delayed. So,
yeah.
But at the same time, I also understand the optics. Once you say the idea of postponement leaves some hope, right? It allows people to go, oh, okay, well, it's not that bad, right? It's only postponed. When you say canceled, now you're introducing an element of, oh, we're not getting this and why, right? It starts to, the mind starts to wander a little bit. And so, I think as PR people, you often do want to say postponed rather than canceled. But in terms of that delivery on the back end that you're talking about, if this will not happen, then ultimately it was canceled. It's a tricky situation, and this is where the PR people make their money.
It's a tough one. There was so much going into this. I mean, we were thinking of doing like a watch party. There's nothing bigger than a McGregor fight. There's nothing bigger than a McGregor return fight. And so I can understand everyone being upset, and GC, I can understand everyone speculating now, right? No one.
Yeah, how can you not?
No one is speculated about more than him, right?
Yes, and just like you said, with the video that came out last week of him partying, everything like that, and just the way that he operates, yeah, it's tough to be like, why is this not happening anymore? But I'm with y'all. I mean, I feel like when would they do it again? I feel like this is just canceled. It's just not going to happen. The fight is in less than 4 weeks at this point.
Yeah,
26 days.
Yeah, because Conor historically, when he fights in Las Vegas, he's coming out early, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like if he needs to get there 3 weeks before the fight, then then the ship has sailed, and hopefully we'll just see him at the normal UFC 303 presser, and the fight is still on.
Because the truth is, it's not like this card needed this press conference. As I said last week, that's the beauty of it. It almost felt like a way to reconnect him with the crowd, with Ireland. And that's why I was thinking that Ian Gary being there would have been great as well, so that he gets the rub as well. But this thing is already a $20 million gate. It's already going to be a gigantic success. There's just a lot on the line. So I have not been told that it is 1,000% scrapped. That this idea won't resurface before the fight. It does seem like, because of the short window between now and when he would usually go out to a Las Vegas card, it does seem like the possibility of it happening is a long shot.
If I'm one of those people that paid $1,500 or $2,000 or whatever,
do people really do that?
Oh yeah, I think that's like the average ticket price.
How many do you think they sold?
No. I'm talking about to UFC 303.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant for the press. Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, if you got it for free, like it's a bummer. Or if you traveled, it's definitely a bummer. But I'm saying, if I was holding like a $1,500 or $2,000 ticket to UFC 303, I would definitely be sweating a little bit. I would just be like, oh man.
And look, that's why
hotel,
100%.
Like, and you're not paying that much. No offense to him, but you're not paying that much for a Jamal Hill, Carlos Ulberg main event.
Yeah,
you're paying that price. You're paying that premium for a Conor McGregor fight,
and that's why I bring up, like, there's no drug test drama. There's no, because you're done, or legal drama, most likely done. Although there was once a time where John Jones was in an orange jumpsuit like 3 weeks before he fought OSP. But
hopefully this is just a footnote, and fight goes off.
Yeah, golly,
and the Mac is back.
I was
pretty excited for this one, though. I have to say. I mean, I was pretty hyped up. I think a lot was going to come from it. 10,000 people for a press conference, just him and Chandler up there. I thought it was going to be great.
On the heels of 302, right, with Islam fighting and Dustin, two people that he's connected with.
Oh yeah,
it just would have. Yeah.
It would have been fantastic, and it felt like, when he did that kick stream or whatever, and he was just talking shit about everyone. It felt like he was kind of getting warmed up for this press conference. I thought he might have some good lines up there.
This is us looking into our crystal ball. This is us just having a good old time. June 29th. Is he fighting?
I say yeah. I say yeah. I think I went to you guys at the very beginning of the year. I took that random bet from that book that was offering, will Conor McGregor fight in 2024 at like plus 200. I still got faith. I think he fights on June 29th.
Is it just the one fight?
He just has to get into the octagon.
Once. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it wasn't like a 1.5.
Oh, no. I wouldn't even touch that. But I think he does it. Yep, June 29th, International Fight Week. That goes from a great card to like that I think any Conor card's going to do 1 million pay-per-view buys to tough sledding for International Fight Week.
Well, now we're just playing the speculation game, so no one take.
Of course.
But like, if for whatever reason that fight can't happen, I'm fascinated to know what they do. Yeah.
No title fights?
No title. I mean,
Mayra Buena Silva, Macy Chazon as the co-main event.
is Jamal Hill fighting for the interim belt?
Interim belt.
Yeah, you do make
you say they put the interim belt on the line, even though Alex Pereira is holding.
I mean,
won it 2.5 months ago at that time.
No, of course not. I just don't know what you do. Like, we're just playing a fun game here, right? We're just playing a fun game here. Okay, Pantoja. I mean, just fought, and I don't think that suffices. With all due respect, is Sean O'Malley fighting on 2-3 weeks' notice? No, most likely the Sphere.
No.
Ilya Taporia is going to do that. I would be shocked. Makhachev just fought. Leon Edwards, Manchester. DDP fighting on 3 or 4 weeks' notice. I would be shocked. And also the plan is for Perth. Alex Pereira is always good for a quick turnaround. I mean, could you imagine?
What would they do then?
Old Faithful.
Boot Jamal Hill out and make him fight Carlos Ulberg?
Fuck, crazy.
Like, you just like, well, what do you do? Who's his opponent?
Yo, by the way,
I guess you get Yuri on short notice.
Pereira headlining 300 and International Fight Week, both like saving the UFC, makes him God status. But I know everyone wants. We're just messing. John Jones is not fighting. Tom Aspinall is not fighting. Grasso and Shevchenko they're not going to screw up tough. They can't have the fight in the middle of the season. When does that start, by the way? Doesn't it start like this week or next week?
I want to say it's already started.
No, there's no way. If it already started, that's extremely depressing because They can't.
What season is this?
It can't be. No, there's no chance in hell. I refuse to believe it has already started.
Oh no, it starts tomorrow.
There you go.
Mark your calendars. Yeah. We got to be there. I will be there in front of the television at I'm gonna assume 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, bummer about Tough Hang not getting renewed. That's tough.
I'm sorry.
Tough to swallow. Yeah. We fought for it. We fought tooth and nail.
Zhang Weili not like I don't know what they.
I mean, we are talking. We are 26 days away.
They have pulled rabbits out of their hat. But here's the thing. Again, let's just say we are talking about Michael Chandler needing an opponent, right? Let's just say, even that. Like, who's he fighting?
Nobody that can
right.
Nobody that can step into that same status.
Right.
Max Holloway for the BMF belt.
That ain't the equivalent.
I mean, there's no equivalent. I'm just
that's trying.
I'm trying to work with what we got here.
There's nothing to work with. There is no equivalent. Scrap the plans. Reset. Restart. You cannot salvage.
You would reset everything. You would just scrap International Fight Week altogether.
Do something else. Yeah.
By the way, when you say do something else, are you saying like no fight on that day?
You could, if the expectations are that it's going to be an equivalent for Conor McGregor. I don't think it's a horrible idea.
They do everything in their power. There's so much at stake with the Hall of Fame.
Sure. I mean,
the UFC X. They make chicken salad out of chicken shit all the time.
If the scenario that you've laid out happens, right, where and again, this is speculation. You're just saying, what if Michael Chandler needs an opponent for June 29th? You can do something and offer. You're gonna have to offer refunds, right? Because the people who paid prices for those tickets are not paying prices for Michael Chandler versus anybody. Let's call it Max Holloway, as GC suggested, that are equivalent to Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler. So right off the bat, you're resetting monetarily right there. That $20 million gate no longer is $20 million gate. You have options there. You refund the money. Now you are back on sale. Now the tickets are sold, and
So it's not like, hey, you can't trust this guy.
No.
And yes, to your point, usually when he's fighting, it's not the deepest card of all time. This is a solid one, but there's no co-main that you can just bump up. And if you're Michael Chandler, like, you've waited so freaking long.
Man,
you know what I mean? You've just waited so freaking long. And so
I said the people with the $1,500 tickets are probably sweating.
Oh, man.
Mike Chandler's got to be sweating right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why am I not in Dublin doing this press conference? Is this fight going to happen in 26 days?
It's gigantic. It's gigantic. So let's see. So, I think there's good news and bad news here. Obviously, the bad news is that it didn't happen today, and things are still up in the air, and not a lot of people are saying a lot of things. But I think the good news is for anyone who was thinking that there was some sort of drug test or some sort of like drama, legal, whatever, I could tell you with certainty that that's not the case at the moment. So let's see how this plays out. Obviously, a big bummer that the presser didn't happen today, but ultimately, what everyone wants, UFC, Conor, Chandler, the fans, is for the fight to happen on June 29th, and we can all kind of witness that, and everyone can move on. Let's see how it plays out while we're on the air here or in the next few days. Let's focus a little bit on 302. 302 comes and goes. 302. Like I said, I felt like it was a somewhat forgettable card, but the main event I thought was unforgettable. I thought it was amazing. I thought it was dramatic. I thought Dustin Poirier laid it all on the line and gave us everything he got. And there's a lot of debate on this Monday about where Dustin Poirier stands. To me, he's a Hall of Famer, but there's this sort of class of fighters, the greatest to never win a UFC title. And it's a very interesting debate, and he's certainly in that conversation. I don't love some of the names that are being discussed in that conversation. For example, Fedor, or and if you don't want to include him because he didn't fight in the UFC, fine. But like I see like a Dan Henderson, I see a Uriah Faber, I see guys like that being discussed. Like those guys won belts in other organizations that consider them among the best. Pride, Dan Henderson, Faber, WC. So when I consider greatest to never win a major title, I put Dustin in that category. I put Alexander Gustafsson in that category. I put a Yoel Romero in that category, Joseph Benavidez in that category, people who lost multiple times. It's not the longest list of all time. And the thing about Dustin that, if you ask me what his legacy will be, is, and it goes back to first seeing him on that Fightful documentary, which I hope by now a lot of you have watched. This is a kid who had a massive dream, who had massive goals, and didn't really have a reason to have these dreams or to dream big like this. This is just the way he was wired. He didn't have, otherworldly talent. He was not a can't miss prospect. He filled in his UFC debut to fight Josh Grisby, who was scheduled to fight Jose Aldo for the belt. He was the fill-in. And it wasn't like he's the can't miss fill-in, super prospect, super talent, super rookie who's coming in and everyone's hyped for the debut. He was just a guy who kind of just scratched and clawed. To me, what I will always remember about Dustin Poirier, and I'm not even saying it's done, the career isn't done. He hinted at it, but he didn't quite say it 100%. And it seemed like, DC was saying that he thought that he would fight again, and others said that as well. It's just the heart. I don't know if anyone honestly has ever had more heart, a bigger heart than Dustin Poirier. Like you saw that on Saturday, the way he dug down deep, the way he refused to give up, the way he survived the first round, the issues with his nose. I mean, like that guy, it looks so miserable fighting Islam. It really does look like that. That was my takeaway. Watch this. Like, this looks like a nightmare. The guy is relentless. It's one thing to fight a slugger. It's one thing to fight a knockout artist, and you just have to do your best to create some space, create some distance, and not get hit. But this guy smothers you. This guy overwhelms you. And compare, and I know Islam and Khabib are two different human beings, but compare Islam and that fight, that performance, and compare the fight against Khabib. That's a different Dustin Poirier. That's a much better Dustin Poirier that we saw on Saturday. And that's a Dustin Poirier who a year ago, less than a year ago, got knocked out brutally. He's taken some hits, and he fought like that. And so I was really, really impressed with Dustin. And I do, there's a part of me that does feel bad for Islam for a couple different reasons. Like, number one, the big story going into the fight was, finish the story and all that stuff. And Dustin, is he going to get it done and all that? And what a great idea. I mean, ESPN nailed it with that promo with Cody Rhodes. What a great concept. Whoever thought of the whole finish the story thing for Dustin just take a bow. Great stuff. And so maybe Islam as champion, and in most people's eyes, the pound for pound best in the world right now. Maybe he wasn't getting the credit and the love that he deserved. And even in the aftermath, a lot of it is about Dustin falling short, but the heart and all that stuff. Make no mistake about it, Islam deserves a ton of credit, and in my opinion, is the number one pound for pound fighter in the world. He has come a long way as well, and now he has the third longest winning streak in UFC history. That's 14 in a row in one of the best weight classes in the UFC in its prime right now. And so I was a little bit surprised that Dana White in the post-fight press conference had the stance of like, no, this guy ain't number one. It's Jon Jones. Now I get what he's doing to a degree. Jon Jones is fighting in November, and a lot of tickets have to be sold when he fights. And so part of that is promotion. And so it's brilliant. It reminds me of when he said George St. Pierre is a more famous Canadian than Wayne Gretzky. And everyone in Canada got all crazy about that. But I really don't know of one person out there, one MMA pundit or non-super fan who can clearly say, yeah, Jon Jones is number one pound for pound. Remember, the pound for pound discussion is not a legacy discussion. We're not talking about greatest of all time. That's a totally different discussion. Pound for pound discussion right now is who's the best right now? Who's the baddest man in the world right now? If everything was equal and everyone was fighting at the same weight. If you could boil everyone down to one weight, let's say it's 185 or 170, who's got the best skills? Who's the man? That's what it is. It's not greatest of all time. It's not a legacy award. It's not a lifetime achievement award. And so I was a little bit surprised and dumbfounded by his breakdown because he's a boxing guy, and so he should know what pound for pound is. In case you missed it, here's what he had to say regarding the pound for pound. This after Islam pulled off a great win in a fight of the night that saved the card against a guy who was willing to stop short or maybe even not stop short of dying in there to get that belt. That's what he wanted. And Islam beat him and submitted him in the 5th round. Here's what Dana had to say afterwards.
Joe Rogan on the broadcast called Islam the perfect lightweight, and they're just the size, his style of fighting, just his fight IQ. I'm curious, where do you rank him in this pantheon of lightweights that we've seen over the years?
Yeah, I think he's, one of the greatest of all time. I think he's incredible. I don't think he's the pound for pound best fighter in the world. For anybody to call Islam the pound for pound best fighter in the world when Jon Jones is still fighting is nuts and shouldn't be ranking in the pound for pound or doing any of the rankings ever, if that's what you really think. Jon Jones has never lost a fight ever. He's fought all the baddest dudes in the world. And then when you think about what pound for pound rankings really mean, he moved it up to heavyweight and destroyed the best guy in the world.
Pause right there. He did move up to heavyweight. He didn't beat the best guy in the world. He beat a guy who didn't have a belt, who lost to, at the time, the best guy in the world, who walked away. And so, again, important to note that, yes, he did move up once, and Islam fought a guy who was champion at the time at 45, who moved up to 55. But Jon Jones has fought once since 2020. Once since 2020. Islam Makhachev has fought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times since that fight in February of 2020. So it's 8-1. And the wins, by the way, Drew Dober, Thiago Moises, Dan Hooker, Bobby Green, Charles Oliveira, Volk twice, Dustin Poirier, versus one win over Cyril Gane. Again, this isn't a lifetime. These are two separate conversations. You want to have the Jon Jones best fighter in the world conversation? Best fighter of all time, conversation? Yes. I'm all in. Jon is that guy. Now, you want to have the never tested positive greatest fighter of all time conversation? Yes, I'm all in. Jon is not that guy. That's George St. Pierre. Best fighter of all time, all things equal, anything goes, Jon is that guy. Not everything goes, can't test positive, GSP is that guy. Best fighter right now, pound for pound? How could you say? How could you say it's Jon Jones? Honestly, how could you say? We're not talking about things that happened in 2011, 2012. We're talking about everything equal, same weight class right now, skill sets, boom, who matches up, and who is, to me, it's Islam or Leon. Really, that's the one I kind of go back and forth. But after Saturday, how is it not Islam? How is it not? Let's just keep listening to the rest.
As long as Jon Jones is still fighting, active, and in the rankings, Yeah, nobody's pound for pound best fighter in the world.
What would it take for him to surpass Jon Jones in your mind for that pound for pound number one?
I mean, when you think about what pound for pound really means, right? He fought Volkanovski, who's a weight class lower than him. Jon Jones beat everybody at light heavyweight, then beat the best heavyweight in the division like it was nothing at a higher weight class.
So, I mean,
Jon Jones is absolutely positively the pound for pound best fighter in the world, probably the greatest fighter of all time in any sport. When you talk about who's the baddest dude in the world, you put two guys in a room and who walks out, Jon Jones walks out of the room every time. No question about it.
yeah. And in no way trying to diminish Jon's accomplishments, but like, you know, he's
But
but he's fought once in the last however many years. Islam's
Good job, Mike.
fighting multiple times a year, defending. So like, at what point does activity outweigh
well,
Jon's?
beautiful. I like that you asked that question. Let's talk about activity. 3 years off. Nobody, not even Ali. Nobody's ever come from 3 years off and looked the same. Jon Jones walked through the number one guy in the heavyweight division like it was nothing
Good catch.
with 3 years off. Yeah, Jon Jones is the best ever.
Again,
Ever. And when I say ever, I mean in any combat sport. He's the best ever. You throw Jon Jones in a room with anybody, Jon Jones walks out of the room.
and again, I love this promotion, and I love the fact that Dana is promoting Jon Jones like this. It's great. It's great to see, and he has always, for the most part, given all the crazy stuff that has gone on, had his back. For the most part, there's been some moments, I know, but this is good. This is nice. This is refreshing. And I, too, am not trying to diminish anything Jon Jones has done. And by the way, if we had a conversation about greatest of all time, Islam doesn't end up on the greatest of all time list who didn't pop, because he did back in the day as well, even though they're trying to sweep that under the rug. But I'm talking about who's number one pound for pound. Right now, pound for pound, number one, not greatest of all time. Not who has the best resume. Not who has the best strength of schedule. Right now, pound for pound. There's certain things that come into play. Obviously, your wins, activity. You can't sit on that for, this is 4 years now. One fight in 4 years. And the last fight was 15 months ago. Nah, come on. No way. There's no way. You can make a strong case right now that Jon Jones is the best heavyweight in the world. You can make a very strong case. In fact, I'd like to make that case. I'd like to make that case on behalf of Tom Aspinall, that he's not even the best heavyweight in the world right now. Now, of course, that's all up to debate. But I was a little surprised it was that strong. Like, that's a fight where, to me, the promoter comes up there and says, did you see what that guy just did? That guy just went up against someone who wasn't afraid to die out there, who brought his family out for the first time. His daughter was sitting in the front row, who wanted nothing more, who has said he doesn't care about the money, he doesn't care about the accolades, he doesn't care about whether or not this fight was happening in front of 20,000 people in New Jersey or 5 people in an alley in Dagestan. That guy wanted to do everything in his power to win the belt. And Islam stared at that guy in the face, took his best shots, and submitted him. And missed me with the 35, this and that. That was a desperate, hungry, I will do whatever I can to win the belt, Dustin Poirier. That Dustin Poirier beats everyone on the roster at 155, except for Islam, clearly, because Islam won on Saturday. That's who that guy was. So, do you guys agree or disagree?
I agree with Islam being number one pound for pound. I think this argument, the whole pound for pound discussion, as I've said before, is like an MVP discussion. It doesn't mean the same thing to each person. And so this idea that we're going to come to some kind of consensus is just impossible. Nobody views it the same way. I do think.
What do you mean by MVP? You mean like Jokic type of thing?
Yes. What's most valuable? Is it the best player? Is it value to the team? Can a guy on a losing team win it because he's more valuable inherently to the team? Nobody has the same definition of these things. There is no uniformity. By definition, it does not exist. This began in order to. Boxing heavyweights is the premier class of boxing. It was created in order to highlight some of the smaller boxers and say that these guys are just as talented and you should care about these fighters. And it has been successful in that regard. But it has outlived that usefulness. And now it's become, is it best? Is it the best skills? Is it if everybody was the same weight? That is kind of like what the true definition of it is supposed to be. But nobody approaches the argument with the same definition because it is nebulous and fluid. So no, there will never be consensus.
I think it's pretty easy to comprehend that The current
Well, you just said
pound for pound guy isn't the greatest of all time. These are two separate things.
See, GOAT and pound for pound being the same, that's just you're
But
not even
does
like
it not
paying
seem like he's
attention.
confusing the two?
To a degree, yes. But you also said, how could John Jones be the pound for pound best? I think there's a world where he could be the pound for pound best. If your definition of it is who has the skill set that if everybody was equal size would be they have the most ways for them to win or have a superior skill set, I don't think John Jones is out of that conversation. I personally would have Islam Makhachev, but you said it like John Jones couldn't even be in the discussion. I think John Jones is in the discussion.
I mean,
He's not one, he's two.
No, not for me.
Skills.
He's two.
Leon.
Again, see, this is why. Nobody will ever agree on this. But skill for skill, John Jones is up there with anybody in my estimation.
He is, but I do think activity
agree.
matters.
Does it?
Yeah, to me.
In your definition, it does. Does it?
But I'm just saying, I thought he lost to Dominic Reyes. I thought the Thiago Santos fight was whatever. I thought
here's where it becomes difficult, right?
And it's just one fight.
You're including resume talks. You just said now John
It
Jones
has to be resume.
Well, you just said resume doesn't matter, right? What John Jones has done in the past doesn't matter, you said.
No. It has to be the resume. I'm not talking about I'm talking the resume of like the last 3-4 fights. I'm not talking about what happened in 2011.
What is the cutoff?
It just so happens that his last 3-4 fights happened in 2019 and 2020. So I have to go all the way back there.
What is the cutoff?
I'm not comparing Islam of today to Islam who beat Thiago Moises. What is the cutoff? You got to look at the last few fights. Last few fights, Leon Edwards and Islam are the best guys. The period that I'm looking at, which is the last few fights, John Jones didn't even fight. He fought once in that period. He fought once.
That's fine. I'm not.
I don't even think people should be ranked if they don't fight for a year.
I'm just wondering: is somebody else going to go? Yes, it's 4 fights, or is somebody going to go? No, it's 10. There will never be uniformity.
Spanning 15 years. I mean, it's crazy.
Or
yeah, I mean, it's
Alex's 10 fights versus Islam's 10 fights. That's fine too. I'm just saying you may go it's 4 fights. They may go it's 10 fights. There is never going to be any
it's a debate that you cannot get to the bottom of. It's an unanswerable.
Can we agree on this one? Can we agree on this one? The timing of that is a little bit weird.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay, I'm glad we agree on that.
I'm nearly unanimously the number 1 pound for pound guy after he just had an incredible performance.
Maybe the fight of the year.
To come next and be like, nah, he's not. That's a weird.
If I'm Islam, I'm like, damn, dog.
You know what?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm still hung up on Rick using Nebulous. I was not expecting that. I mean, he pulled out the thesaurus for that one. That was incredible.
Islam doesn't care. Islam doesn't give. I know at the end of Khabib's career is very important for him to be number 1 pound for pound. I know there's a certain element of them wanting to kind of have that. Islam has now been number 1 pound for pound for quite a while. So I don't think he cares as much about it in significance. That dude just wants to beat people up and make
I think he actually addressed it and was just like, oh, well, that's his opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation. But then, okay, Dana brings up one thing in that clip that does come into play now. He says, all right, pound for pound, the guy moved up and he beat the top guy, Ciryl Gane. Well, what did Islam say? And I was a little surprised that there were no questions or reference whatsoever to Arman Tsarukyan in the post-fight interview, but it seems like he really wants to fight at 170. This, to me, can't happen until he fights Arman Tsarukyan.
Agreed.
If Leon Edwards beats Bilal Muhammad, maybe there's a chance that it happens. If Bilal wins, they have a relationship, they're friends. I don't know if that happens. But either or, Arman Tsarukyan versus Islam is a much more interesting and a bigger fight, and Arman has earned it. He beat Charles Oliveira. He took that fight on short notice many moons ago. He came this close. I think he's 9-1 since then. That's the fight. Do you guys have more interest in Islam going to 170 as opposed to fighting Arman Tsarukyan next?
No, I like him defending the 155 belt against another 155er. And we saw that fight before, and it was fairly competitive. And I think Arman has done nothing but improve since the first time. So yeah, that's the fight that I want to see. And if he continues to defend the 155 belt and Leon retains at 170, then that's a fight that I'm also very interested in seeing.
I am absolutely 100% on the same page and care more about the Arman fight. The only thing I would present is if I'm Islam Makhachev, I gave your featherweight champion 2 cracks
100%.
at my belt, and I want a crack at the belt up is not. There's no faulty logic there. I could understand somebody feeling that way, especially if you do feel like I am a pound for pound great, right? I am a great at no matter what weight class. I can go up. And I mean, Kevin Holland in his media day was like, yeah, he'll be the champ at 170. Like, I think Islam has a real shot to be the 170-pound champ. I could understand feeling that way. I am more interested in the Armin fight.
You know,
Also,
go ahead.
I think at the post-fight presser, someone did reference the tweet that Armin put out, like, congratulations, don't try to run to 170. And Islam said that if that's what Dana White wants, then
Yeah, I know.
we can do it.
100%. I can also see him saying like, okay, you don't think I'm the man because John Jones moved up? Okay, give me the chance to move up.
Yeah.
Right.
Give me the chance. You gave Volk a chance, and then you gave him another chance. I know it was short notice, but give me that chance too. And so I can understand that. And it is a whole different ball game, right? When you're going up just to add to your gold, as opposed to, you know, the other guy who's playing with House's money. So I understand where he's coming from. But to me, Armin versus Islam is a riveting fight. And honestly, after Saturday and after some of the things that Dustin did successfully, I want to see it even more.
Oh, for sure.
What if Islam can't get Armin down, and then it's just them two on their feet? So I want to see it even more. Was that the last time we see Dustin Poirier fight?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Me neither.
He's born for this. This is Dustin Poirier. I just couldn't see it. Especially if you asked me after Justin Gaethje, I don't know if we talked. I'm sure we talked about it. I don't know if you asked me. I don't remember what I would have said. That felt more like the moment, right? That, to me, to crawl out of that hole, and he was very clear in speaking to you how deep and dark that became, that would have been the moment. After pushing Islam Makhachev, now, I'm not going to pretend that I thought that fight was in the balance at any point. I did not have a 2-2. I thought Islam was winning that fight, but I thought Dustin gave a very good account of himself, looked extremely good. I wouldn't be ready to just call it quits. There's so much money out there to be made. He's worked his whole career, and now he's finally in position that he can make the most amount of money he's ever going to make for his family in his career. This would be a terrible time to walk away, considering how good he is. I think Islam is of the opinion that he might be the best guy if Islam wasn't there. So, yeah, I don't think he walks away. I think it would be the worst possible time to walk away, to be honest. He looks good. He looks good. He got
great.
caught by a Justin Gaethje head kick. That's it. He's in there with Islam Makhachev, who was the #1 pound-for-pound fighter, and he looked good. He looked extremely capable. There were moments in that fight where you thought, okay, Dustin is at the level that we thought he is.
The continuous pulling up of the shorts, I can't help but think of that DJ video. You know the DJ video?
As soon as he got out there, he started pulling them up. I was like, oh, wow, we're in for one here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm talking like, I think before even a punch was thrown, he was adjusting the shorts.
The shorts look great. The floral, I was totally okay with that. I don't know about those new gloves. Guys. Like,
Can I just say, in person,
yeah.
they looked a little bit cheap. I got to be honest.
Well, not only do they look cheap, by the end I saw the logo, the UFC logo.
Oh yeah, we got pics. I mean, gone. I noticed it in mid-fight. Like,
What
it's
the
just-
hell?
it's
How does
just
that
gone.
happen?
It's also weird. Like, Islam posted this. Like, one is completely intact, the other is completely gone off of the glove.
They had this issue before, and I thought they fixed it when they had the 30 on them for the 30th
special
anniversary.
edition.
Oh, so if they do the customs, that's where it kind of...
Yeah, but come on. What are we talking? I also felt, and I think Randy Brown spoke about this in his post-fight presser, and we'll talk to him about it. They looked smaller. It looks like there's less padding. Like when they're going like this, it just kind of looks... It
Like
looks
sleeker almost.
Yes.
Which is very interesting that you say that. Less padding, 0 knockouts on this card for the glove.
That is
debut.
crazy. That is crazy. But you know what I mean? They just looked...
They are.
Yeah.
They are smaller.
Yeah.
We also had, we still had, I feel like, the normal amount of eye pokes on.
Yeah,
on
that
the
too.
card.
That too.
You know, it wasn't a UFC Atlantic City or anything like that, but I mean, there were still several where we had to stop some time.
You had a good idea about the look.
Yes, which has been floated around on Twitter. I can't, take credit for it, but flipping it to where in championship bouts it's black gloves with gold UFC lettering.
I like that much better.
Sean Strickland said they're trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist with the eye poke thing. If you want less eye pokes, close your hand. Which, I mean, I think I agree.
Yes,
Like-
but I do remember what Merab told us, which was it's so stiff that it's like you almost have to fight to get
a
your
lot of the
hands-
fighters have said that you're
Right.
actually physically fighting against it to get
Yes.
your hand curved in. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a dramatic change in eye pokes, if I'm being honest. That's my sense of it.
You were there. What was the crowd like?
Buzzing. They showed up big.
Despite like even the co-main being somewhat of a downer?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, the fight's not having any knockouts and things like that. That is certainly going to bring it down. But
it wasn't just the co-main. Like there were several tough hangs on.
Even despite that, though, the energy in the building was fantastic. Like people were excited, and especially kind of. Yeah, like as soon as the main card started, you could feel the shift. Like it was time, and the energy was big in there. I mean, the situation was there. What else do you need? Come on.
It's true. A-Rod was there. The other one.
Joey Diaz.
A-Rod, yeah, that's right. Theo Vaughn in the front. No, it definitely looked like a scene.
The big Trump walkout.
Was yes, of course. Total coincidence, by the way. Total.
Showed him like 15 times on the broadcast.
My favorite thing about the Trump, and people get so mad about this. I couldn't care less. I think it's comical at this point. My favorite thing about the Trump thing is only, first of all, like they stopped short at DC whipping out the telestrator when he walked out there. Like they were analyzing the walkout. It was unbelievable. And then it was like, and the celebrity in attendance, celebrity fighter, and there he is. Every time they did the celebrity rounds, it always and there he is.
Yeah,
He's
it
still
always
here.
ended on him.
Can I say something?
Yes.
It felt this way. Maybe I'm incorrect. It felt this way. Biggest pop of the night. Anybody shown on the Jumbotron on the screen? Alex Pereira. I think he had Trump beat.
Wow.
I think Poetan.
I mean, Newark.
So some tweets that supposedly it was Trump that asked Poetan for a picture, not the other way around.
Newark is essentially Poet or Plinio country, so I'm not surprised.
He runs this town. I mean, he runs this town.
Alex is a star, man.
He's a star. Trust me.
Yeah,
I know.
That's understating it.
Oh, do we have the footage of me doing the chama? Do we have the footage right here? I think we have it, Andy. Me doing the thing with him at the live show on Friday. Pereira said to me in so many words, "This thing isn't complete unless you do it." Here it is, in case you missed it. That's amazing.
Got to get heavy on the back foot, he said.
Yeah, I screwed that up.
Yeah, I mean, we got a couple good pictures of it, too. I mean,
oh, yeah, what do we got? Let's see.
You got this one.
Look at this. This is us firing it up, courtesy of Susan. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, I was running around in the back, had the earpiece on, was getting programming and everything like that, and I was so far away from the stage that it kind of cut out, and then it cut back in with Pereira, like, doing the scream. Wow, I wonder what's going on out there.
No, he was feeling it. I didn't think he'd actually do the scream. That was a huge pop. What was bigger, that pop or the DC reveal pop?
I think DC.
Let's hear it. Here's the DC reveal pop. Look at that crowd. I mean, what is it? Yeah.
Look at that crowd.
Standing room.
Look at this crowd.
Standing room only.
Pandemonium.
Thinking the exact same thing.
That was a lot of fun.
That was fun. Great job, guys. Well done. You guys were walking around with your headset on. You had that thing. You're talking.
Yeah, Rick had the belt pack on, man.
You had the belt
like
pack
a real
on.
Stage manager.
Frank DJing it up out there.
Go for Rick. I think I heard that a couple times.
Oh, yeah, go for Rick.
Go for Rick.
What's your 20?
You know, can I just say, one of the best compliments I've ever gotten in my life. Frank was like, "Your technique doing this was strong," and it made my day. It was tremendous. I thank you for that.
You used a lot of confusing lingo that you could have just replaced with normal English words. That's Frank's big standard. I'll be there for a Q to Q.
Who said that? Frank or Rick?
What's that mean? A rehearsal.
Yes. Frank, we talk about the music or
no?
Okay, fine.
You had your chance.
No, I just said before the show, like, he just played a little Drake, you know,
and then it's,
my thing. And then he's playing like interlude of just like the guy talking. I'm like, this is it? This is the hype up?
He played some random song, and you're like, can we get some Drake? And then it changed to like techno, synth wave, just like, it was almost like you were walking into like a
Spotify samplers.
Yeah.
Like 30 seconds, and then it would stop.
It felt like I was at an immersive experience at like the Met Gala or something.
Yes.
The 30 minutes before anything's about to start, when Helwani has time to focus on if it's the right water, if the music is right, all these things
Yeah, I
is the
love
worst
this.
moment in
What?
the whole part of it.
I should have just.
We
turned
need
it
to
off.
just push you onto the stage away from everything and then start it right that second.
From the first meeting. Hey, let's get together a playlist of what music we might want to play.
A playlist. I
Then
just
it's,
said go to Drake Essentials.
Drake Essentials.
Yeah, easy.
Then it's the Drake bangers. And I'm like, I don't know enough Drake.
Here's vague
I'm bling.
instruction. You better figure it out.
I'm like, do you want it louder?
Come on.
I think the last thing me and Rick said to you before you went on stage, we were like outside trying to figure something out. You were yelling something to us, and Rick was just like, "Dude, just go on the stage, man. We'll see you on the other side."
What? You're acting like I'm some crazy person out there.
It's not about the craze. The energy starts to build. The nerves start to build. The
Armin's
moment of
nowhere to be
anticipation
found.
is yes, but as
we were laughing back here. You were like, delay on the front end. We couldn't
delay.
We couldn't locate Armin. We were revved and ready to go with Armin at
No delay.
right on time.
I mean, a little. I had to stretch just a little bit.
I think you were going to stretch anyway. I think the energy and everything
tight
you were going to
show.
do that. You were going to do that 10 minutes in.
You guys thought I was going to go over 10 minutes? Excuse me, 10 o'clock?
I was sure. I
It was
100%
literally
sure.
told
Oh
me.
yeah, people were placing bets in the back. We just had everyone around there. Iaquinta's throwing in.
I would have
dollars
Oscared.
flying around.
I would have Oscared you to out of there.
You would have what?
What does that mean?
There he goes again. There he
Just
goes again.
play
Oh,
the
he-
music. Like
like the Oscars played him off. He would have
It was
had
gonna be
the
hit him
music
up
come in.
right at
got
10.
I was
that
hoping
was a
this was
great one.
another production lingo. I saw you had the
Yeah.
translation English to production dictionary out that you love to pull on us.
Back to 302. Dustin
Yes.
Poirier, Alex Volkanovski. Buying or
Wait, do
selling?
you think Dustin is going to fight?
I do.
You said yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Buying, selling, I don't know. I like. Yeah, it needs to be a fight like that, like a massive name. I think Kamaru Usman threw out the idea if he wants to come up to 170. I mean, if Nate Diaz ever comes back to the UFC.
That's the
fight.
one.
I mean,
Shit, I didn't even think of that. That's the freaking one.
there's
I have
fights
the same
for him.
one.
There's fights for him, man. It's like he said, like, what am I going to do it for? Just to fight? I mean, maybe just to fight, but against massive names for massive money that people get really excited about and are likely going to be just incredible fights.
My stance has not changed on this in the last few years. Colby Covington versus Dustin Poirier. It's the only fight I
Man, there's some heat there.
There's some
too.
heat. There's some heat. He's
there,
always
too.
he's
But
always been a
said
little.
He's not a 70er.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but that's the fight I want to see.
Maybe that changes though if you're not pursuing gold anymore. Maybe that stance changes.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It would make sense to. That is the
And-
fight.
There's just so much. There's so
Oh,
much
yeah.
still, and he doesn't look like he's losing a step in any way, shape, or form. He's
Oh,
It's
yeah.
about the number one pound for pound guy.
And it was such a good fight, and Islam's performance was just unbelievable too. To get the finish there in the 5th round, it doesn't matter how you had the scorecards to get it done and cap it off like that. And then whether it's Armin or Leon next, like the resume that Islam Makhachev is starting to put together is something serious, man. It is really getting crazy how good this dude is.
Man, what about DP? 3 title fights, 0-3 in title fights. Okay, how about this? DP, 4 title fights, 1 interim. The interim was against Max Holloway, all-time great.
Yeah.
First title
In
fight.
an all-time great fight. One of the best fights ever.
Yeah. First title fight, Khabib.
Yep.
Arguably
All-time
greatest
great.
lightweight. Second title fight, Oliveira in his prime. Third title fight,
all-time great lightweight.
Islam in his prime. Like, golly.
Islam, who could end up being, one of the greatest 155ers, one of the greatest fighters ever. I mean, the story isn't done being written. If he becomes a double champ, I mean, who knows? Like, the potential for this guy is insane. Still just at 32, and now people are really starting to see how incredible he is at striking on top of the grappling. Like, the sky's the limit. Our guy Ben Davis tweeted yesterday, the only people that have beaten Dustin Poirier in his 13-year UFC career, Islam Makhachev, Khabib Nurmagomedov, Conor McGregor, Charles Oliveira, Justin Gaethje, Michael Johnson, Cub Swanson, Korean Zombie. Not a bad list of people to admit defeat to. Crazy career.
Oh, so we'll see how it all plays out. For now, we know that Dustin still up in the. What a moment that was, by the way. Him talking, and then you see his daughter crying, and she has to
Choked up.
tear-
That was
so tough.
That was tough.
It's so tough. I started tearing up. It's tough. Rick, isn't it tough as a father?
Yeah, come on,
of
man.
girls?
Drop one in there. Give us a, it's tough, man.
Give us a tough.
It is tough.
It is.
Um,
My heart
He's
breaks.
so well spoken on the mic, man. He's
know,
not
those
cutting crazy
moments,
promos, but like he drops these lines, like thanking all the women in his life, and then I think the last one against BSD was "You're the man, I'm just a man." Like he's great on the mic after these fights.
Yeah, I really felt bad, but look, you have to tip your cap to Islam. Islam was incredible. He was absolutely incredible.
Beast.
Strickland Costa was.
Yeah, I mean it was a Sean Strickland fight.
Yeah,
He stuck to the game plan religiously. Just did what he had to do over the course of the 5 rounds. It almost got to the point where he made it look easy. He was just asserting his will on Paulo Costa, just keeping him moving back the entire time. It's not the most pleasing on the eyes, but I mean, it's a damn good strategy to win and remain at the top of the middleweight division.
I have to question Paulo Costa. Like,
Yeah.
Sean Strickland fights that way every single time. If you were not prepared for that, then what were you prepared for? Like, that is the exact fight that you were presented, and you just were not prepared. Like,
And he dropped that video of like, I'm going to go back to my old ways of like being brutal and just going for it and fuck point fighting. This was the fight to do that. Like, just go for broke. And if it doesn't work out, then you're either going to lose a decision or you're going to knock Strickland out.
Yeah.
It feels like we should have had that thinking going into the fight on Saturday.
I mean, if there was any doubt that the Khamzat Whitaker fight is a potential number 1 contender fight, I think that kind of sealed it, right? There was an opportunity maybe for Strickland, especially because he is tied to both Izzy and DDP, to do something great in leapfrog. I don't think there's a huge demand. Do you feel like there is, Rick? You do.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a star, dude.
People
People fucks with him.
He wins, and it doesn't matter if it's exciting or not because his fans are made outside of the octagon.
PT
I mean, it's
Carroll,
the things that he says.
PT Carroll said this to me, and he was spot on. There's moments in every Sean Strickland fight where the fans that are there to see him are booing him because it's not that, look, he's not the most thrilling fighter. Let's call it what it is. He's walking forward with teeps and jabs. Like, that's what he does. Then the moment the fight's over, he's won, he's on the mic, they're cheering like they've never cheered for anybody in their lives. Like, he just has it. Whatever it is that doesn't have to do with the 25 minutes in the cage.
Right.
They love him. They absolutely love him.
I have learned to love one thing about Sean Strickland fights, and it's the like last 20 to 15 seconds of just emptying the tank completely at the end of the fight, where he just goes crazy and starts doing wild things. I think this time he like jumped, and there's all these screenshots. Like he like looks like a karate fighter. It's like wild. Like he just empties the clip in the most insane ways for like the last 15 seconds of the fight when he realizes it's in hand.
There was some talk of maybe Paulo joining us in studio today. He's still in New Jersey, but I think he's pretty banged up from all that activity in the leg region. So it is not happening. And let's see. He has said that he's going to change his ways. He's going to stop worrying about scorecards and scoring points and things like that. So let's see what this.
Yeah, just a brief note. Since he lost that Izzy fight, he was knocking everyone out going into that one. Since he lost that fight, 4 straight decisions.
Damn. Yeah, he was the eraser. He was erasing people.
Literally the eraser.
Much more to talk about regarding 302. Have some thoughts on the judging, which was completely bizarre in that one particular fight that we're just talking about, the Strickland Costa fight. The one judge who scored it, David Torelli, 49-46. It was the classic 49-46, both directions, and then a 50-45 in the other direction too. How is that possible? He also had a weird one in the Andre Lima fight. But also want to talk about the Kevin Holland finish too. We do have to talk about, I thought 302 had the best fight of the day, June 1st, but the best card of the day, in my opinion, happened in Riyadh. The 5v5 was a great card. It didn't have the best fight per se, some good fights, but the card was amazing. Every fight on there was pretty damn fun, and it ended with the Zhile Zhang knockout of Deontay Wilder. We also have to talk about the cancellation or postponement of Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. I have some information on that as well. That is all still to come. For now, though, let's talk to another man who was in attendance on Saturday in Newark at the Prudential Center, the Underground King, one of the greatest lightweights of all time, as we're talking about the greatest ever, Eddie Alvarez, kind enough to join us right now. There he is. Edward, how are you?
What's up, Ariel?
Good to talk to you. I was happy to see you there. I was happy to see you there. It was cool to see you in attendance. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't go to a lot of these, right? I know it's somewhat local, but you're not usually at these.
No, I don't. But my sons become huge fans of the UFC, and UFC was gracious enough to get us some tickets. So I was able to take my sons there, and they're able to enjoy the event. The event was incredible. Like overall, like I was in awe looking back, like kind of standing there watching it from the outside, not being a competitor in it, kind of seeing how far it came. So. And my sons were, they were going crazy seeing all the fighters, the fighters they like to compete and stuff like that. So it was a fun event. And I personally, selfishly wanted to see, Dustin kind of write that storybook ending.
Yeah.
I'm a dreamer. A big part of me is a dreamer. And I'm like, man, this would be like, I got to be there to see this happen if for any chance it does happen. And we were close. We were close, man.
Well, let's see how it plays out. I'm just curious, was that the first time your boys went to a fight as fans?
I don't believe so, but in the mindset they are now, probably like as real fans, because it's all starting to connect. They're all starting to connect the dots now. Like their friends love it. The sports become mainstream, and they're true fans of the UFC. When they were younger, they just didn't. You know what I mean? My wife did a good job separating me from the sport, and that's your dad, and your dad just happens to fight, not, hey, your dad's the fighter. And she did such a good job that it's all starting, as they're getting older, they're starting to connect the dots now. I love that.
This is fascinating because your boys are in high school, right?
My one's graduating this year, and the other one who he's starting to train and loves it is my son Anthony. He's 16, and I have another one, Alistair, but he's not so interested in the sport.
The reason I asked that is I have noticed, especially in the last 4 years, like really since the pandemic. Obviously, this is what I do for a living. Like my family members or friends of friends, whatever. No one wanted to ever talk to me about MMA or about the fights, about 302 or about 192 and 193. Teenagers now, like my nephews, my cousins who are in their teens, won't stop. They have parties. They're going to movie theaters. This is all they want to talk about. This was never a thing. Teenagers were never into cage fighting. Were never into MMA. And I'm not even quite sure what changed, if it was the ESPN deal, the pandemic, the betting, the this or that. But it's fascinating to hear this because even I'm being asked to speak at high schools. And like usually when I talk to kids, they're like, oh, what do? You interview athletes? Now they're like, is this specific guy, is Jack Della Maddalena going to be a UFC champion? Like, how do you guys know about this? So your sons are experiencing the same thing. That must be pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think if I had to put a finger on it, it's the video games, man. So like, I think it's a portion of it with, the Nelk boys are a direct line to these young kids, and then you got Sean O'Malley is a direct line to these young kids, and then you got video games, which. The video games themselves, I get a lot of kids that come up to me and say, hey, I'm your character in the video game. So like it kind of still connects me with that young crowd. Even though I'm an older fighter, I'm considered a legend in the game, not so much an athlete of the game, but like a legend on the legend part of it or on my tail end of my career. So like it still connects me with that younger audience, and they're happy to like play my character and stuff like that. So I think it's the video games that do that.
Now that your kids are into it, are they going back and looking at your old fights and appreciating what you did more? And how's that for you?
All the time. It's great. I'm like, it's funny because I'm like, their whole lives, I fought their whole lives. My son Eddie, he was at front row in Japan when I was doing my thing. He was in Costa Rica. He was at 1 year. My wife Jamie, 1 year old, brought him to Costa Rica during the
Bodog.
During Bodog days. Yeah.
Wow.
He's traveled the world watching me fight, but like now I think it's his friends put a massive amount of value on it. So they're putting value on it now. So it's good to see it come full circle. And then I train with my kids, which is the ultimate like dad moments I have in that. So like it's cool. It's cool to see it full circle.
Does any part of you want to, you're like, man, I wish I could just fight a few more times because now they'll like be in my corner. Like now they'll like go through the training camp with me. This is different than when they're in diapers.
I have. I mean, my last 2 bare knuckle fights were in this past year, and they've been in them, been at the events, been at the press conferences, and probably went on runs with me, get preparing and stuff like that. But yeah, they're there, man. I'm not a big proponent of pushing your kids to fight, but if it's in their heart and they really, really want to do it, then yeah. But I'm not that dad, like, hey, you should fight, and kind of my fighting was my thing that was in my heart that I wanted to do. My kids need to find what's in their heart that they want to do, and then whatever it is, I'll support it. But I'm not pushing them to, throw a pair of gloves on and get in a cage unless that's what they want to do.
Do you think either of them will go down the fighting path, like the actual prize fighter path that you went down? Yes.
Yeah.
Both?
I almost, I think my son Anthony for sure.
Wow.
He's gonna have to scratch that itch, and my son Eddie may get curious at some point. But yeah, I think you're gonna see some young Alvarez's in the cage at some point. They're not gonna fight. I know.
Wow. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I thought I was kind of 1 foot out of this, and this has been a difficult life and a tough life and stressful. And I kind of had 1 foot out of the cage, and now it's like, oh, I'm all in. Maybe this is going to be my entire life.
Damn.
I thought it'll just be like my half life, but now maybe it'll be my entire life, and I'm okay with that as long as it's in their heart. I freaking love fighting. That's all I ever did. It's all I ever wanted to do. I just know how difficult of a life it can be. So like, a part of that makes me a little bit reluctant.
What about your wife? How does she feel about this?
Jamie's always been crazy supportive of me, but I know she'd rather me, not put myself in danger. And for sure, she don't want to put her kids in danger.
Yeah.
But I think she's a good judge of character. She knows, like, hey, if it's in one of their hearts and they're true to it, and that's what they want to do, 100%, like any mother, let them scratch that itch. Let them fly, type thing. You don't want to see it, but you have to do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so no one better than you to ask your assessment of the main event. You once ruled that division, Islam and Dustin. What was your take on the fight? How it played out? Your sort of expectations, and then how it actually played out.
Yeah, so I was hopeful for Dustin, right? The probability for me, I went on a run the day before, and after the run, I was trying to make my own case for Dustin to win, right?
Mentally, like, just to yourself? You were just talking to yourself?
I'm on a run, and I'm like, how can he, if he does it, how can he do it, right? And I couldn't make the case for myself. I couldn't do it. I got done the run. I said, Islam's going to win. And there's nothing we could do. How's he going to ever close that gap on that suffocating Dagestani wrestling? Like, if you haven't been through a D1 college level wrestling your whole life, how do you close the gap on that type of fighter? Ever? How do you close the gap on that? And Dustin was as perfect as he could to do it that night. And then slipped up slightly toward the end, but he was fighting a near perfect fight to get that done, right? Like, he was putting him in a fight. And wrestling, that type of wrestling that they do, Khabib and Islam. Here's my best style breakdown. Khabib, his greatness was he never fought midway. Khabib fought way far away or suffocated you in. He never put himself in danger. So he was either on top of you, suffocating you, you can't breathe, or way far away to never get hit. He was beautiful in that he did that. And he never got really hurt during his fights because he was able to. Islam's different because Islam plays in between a lot more. He takes a lot more risk. He goes for a lot more submissions. He tries to finish. So he puts himself in more danger than Khabib ever did. So he's susceptible to getting beat more than Khabib was when you look at Dustin versus Khabib or Dustin versus Islam. And Islam gave Dustin them opportunities. He went for the Kimura early. Dustin almost reversed it. He kept trying to go for things, or he was more willing to engage and in between standing up. And he took damage for that. The problem is with this whole matchup, this is the problem. I don't care how great of a striker you are. You could be black belt level. If you wrestle for 5 minutes, you're blue belt level. And if you wrestle for 5 more minutes, you're white belt level. So if you allow these guys to wrestle you for 8 minutes or more, your striking means nothing. Your explosiveness is gone. Your shoulders are gone. Your legs are gone. Your pop is out of there. It's all gone. So a guy like Dustin who relies on that power that he has to put people away, they zap it from you. They take it from you early in the fight with the wrestling. But Dustin was in so good of a shape and so mentally clear and focused that he was able to kind of reset each round and keep himself in the fight. No matter what went on that round, Islam had his back for 5 whole minutes, no problem. Breathe through it. You know, by minute 15, that wrestling isn't going to be the same. And it's going to eventually become you two standing up, and he can do what Dustin does, kind of put that sprint on him, put him away. The sprint never came, and Dustin kind of, maybe it was a little bit too late, and the energy got sucked from him. Islam was able to do that cool-ass little sweep he did with the single leg and transition right to the anaconda choke that he got. It was great finish, but that's the difficulty. It's like dissecting the Dagestanians and the way they approach fights and how they fight. It's definitely a puzzle, but Dustin helped us solve that a little bit more on Saturday night. He helps us all solve it a little bit more.
Wow. And by the way, that breakdown was so freaking good. That was amazing. Thank you for that. Were you surprised that he was able to keep it standing, or, certain, like, there was a minute there where I was like, shit, this might be over in 2 minutes. You know what I mean? After all that.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought the same thing you did. When Islam got him to the floor, and it was too early to get to the floor because they weren't sweating enough.
Yeah.
They're still dry. And, you got this guy on top of you. He's fresh too, so he's able to go for submissions more explosively, more power. You got a full energized guy on top of you going for submissions. And Islam, he loves that Kimura, and he locks that in pretty quick, and he gets it on everyone. And he was about to lock it in, and a big part of me is like, oh damn, that was a little bit early, and Dustin was able to reverse. And like I said, Islam is not Khabib. He doesn't fight like Khabib. He takes more chances. He takes more risk and relies on finishing guys, where Khabib he knew you weren't going to be able to deal with him over time. And he would take you from 100% energy to 0 energy, and then he would finish you. Islam's he's going to go for it. He's going to leave himself more vulnerable. So he's a little bit funner to watch, but he's more susceptible to getting beat than Khabib was.
Fictitious world. Who do you think wins? Prime Khabib or Prime Islam? Head to head.
Oh man, great fight. I think Khabib. I mean, especially based on how much damage Islam took against Dustin. You know what I mean? I think if I had to, I think based on that, and I think it's a boring fight to watch. It's not something I'd ever be interested in watching, or maybe fans would just because they're brothers, but it's not something I'd be interested in watching. I think it'd be a chess match that only like someone like, or like high level fighters would tune in for.
Is there anything that you think when the smoke clears, Dustin will kick himself about, that he could have done this instead of that? Or do you think he laid it out all on, like he like literally did everything? I said at the beginning of the show, like what impressed me so much about Islam, this was a title defense for Islam, but he was fighting a guy who I think was like quite literally ready to die to become UFC champion. Like he did everything possible. He wanted this so badly, and he still couldn't get it done against Islam. That's how good he is. Do you think there's anything that he could have done in retrospect, or that was it? That was the best that he could do?
I mean, I think me and the rest of the audience watching probably thought that was the best Dustin Poirier we've seen. The transition, the single leg thing. I mean, dude, he fought. I couldn't have been happier or more proud of Dustin. You know who's in the crowd? This is funny. Dustin, and people probably casual fans don't know this, but Eve Edwards was in the crowd. And if you know Dustin Poirier, you got to know Eve Edwards. You got to know the story of them too. Dustin is Eve Edwards. He's his protege. He's a southpaw, thug jitsu. He loves to strike, stand, and bang. Has a beautiful, fun style to watch, and he has good jiu-jitsu too. He can back it up with that. Eves was in the crowd, and Eves called me, and I said, "Hey man, you here?" And he said, "Yeah." And I loved watching Eves when I was young, and I thought that it was an awesome moment that we both, Eves, myself, and I think a lot of the audience just wanted to see Dustin kind of finish this. But you know what? It doesn't fucking matter, man. It really doesn't fucking matter. The belts are for, and Dustin knows this. The belts they're material and they're for the casual audience. What he's done and what he's created and the people he's beat, myself included, like the stuff that's got to be enough. I would love to talk to him because I feel like there's a part of him that is never going to be satisfied, and I felt that way. And it took me, I mean, I'm 40 years old now. It took me a long time to be kind to myself and tell myself, hey, man, you're good. You know, be a friend to yourself and let you know that you're okay. Because it's a tough way to live, never being satisfied. It's difficult.
So it's interesting to hear you say, like, the belt doesn't matter. And I agree. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest ever. I don't necessarily love the greatest to never win a belt conversation because I feel like it's somewhat disrespectful because he was there. And he fought 3 of the greatest lightweights of all time, Khabib, Charles, Islam, in a title fight, right? I mean, unbelievable. But you're saying that, and you're sitting in front of a pretty impressive, case right there with a Bellator belt, a UFC belt, and a one championship belt. So is it easier for you to say, hey, man, it doesn't matter, you did it all when you've done it, as opposed to talking to someone who hasn't climbed the mountain?
It is, but this isn't for me. I'm on a fucking show. The people tune in because they see this stupid shit.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, like, you've done it. You've done it. You know, when you go to bed at night, in those moments, you were the greatest.
Yeah. In that moment, and so many things have to come together. Timing. There's so many things have to come together, and you have to be in the sport so long and not quit and be okay with, at some point I'll get my turn. And I don't know, man. Maybe it is easier for me to say. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn, or maybe it is easier for me to say, but I don't know. I just feel like he needs to be okay with it. And I think if he doesn't have the belt, then it should be people who he respects. I know Dustin respects me, and people like me, his peers, saying, hey, motherfucker, like, you did it. Forget it. Like, you did it, man. Like, be okay. Be kind to yourself and know that, like, you're a world champion, regardless of what you got on the shelf.
Based on what he said afterwards, do you think he fights again? You know that talk. Yeah. It feels like it, right?
Yeah. 100%. He's not going to fight.
Right.
I said 35 myself,
And now
I said 35, and then I bumped it to 37, and then and then I'm November. I'm looking to fight in November. So
what do we got?
I don't got nothing. I just know I want to fight someone in November. So like I want to kind of enjoy the summer, and I know in November, and just the way I'm ramping up and the way I feel, I'm satisfied with my time off here, and I'm ready to fight somebody. So I know that.
Bare knuckle, MMA, what are we thinking?
I can't say that yet.
Okay.
But
is that because you don't know, or because
because I don't know. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Even off record, I'll tell you if there's something cooking. But no, I'm just know myself, and if anybody else is interested in a big fight, let's fight in November. So if you're out there and you're listening, I want to fight you. whoever you are. If it's a big fight, I'd like to do it. If it's a fight fans would be interested in, I'll do it.
And you're not tied to anyone, right? Contractually?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I'm not tied to anyone. I'm excited about kind of doing that. And here now, news on my end is we're opening up a performance institute right by my house. So only like 10, 15 minutes away. I partnered with an influential gym owner in the area, guy named Jim Worthington, and we're working on a partnership to build a PI, our own PI in Newtown, Pennsylvania. So state of the art, 20,000 square foot building, everything, recovery, you name it, crazy mat space, official cage, box, and everything. So like I'm opening up my own PI, and I want to train at it and get ready for a fight at it. And I want to be able to do that fight by November. So that's my kind of short-term goals for this year. And that's kind of my focus right now.
By the way, the PI that you would be opening up, would that be for pros only, or could regular people use it?
No. It's it'll have like there's the mat space is kind of sectioned.
Got it.
And beginners, intermediate will be on one section, and then there'll be a whole pro side that then people aren't allowed at. That side will be all for elite people trying to fist fight for a living, trying to make it to the UFC,
Right.
make it to PFL, make it a bare knuckle, and do whatever they got to do.
Do you have a dream opponent for November? Do you have like a wish list?
No, I don't. I just no, I don't have anyone in particular. I know that there's a couple free agents out there that are possible. You know what I mean? I know I Masvidal and Nate are fighting each other.
Yeah.
And there's I can't say people who are under contract. It'd be silly. So like, even if I had a dream opponent, like I like to fight this guy. Well, if he's under contract, then I just be getting a lot of people excited for no reason. But whoever's not under contract, who kind of you think, you know, I want to run with you come November. So, and I'll do it anyway. I'll do it MMA, boxing, bare knuckle,
Right.
like you guys name it. I just want to get in a fight in November, probably.
By the way, I'm always curious on your take on the business, and I'm wondering what you think of the business right now, the MMA business. It's a little bit weird, right? Because there's the UFC, and then obviously by default there's PFL. That Bellator doesn't exist anymore as a third option, right? It's all under, and then like one is kind of, it feels like they're getting out of the MMA business, and then there's not much else, right? There's not a lot of options all of a sudden for fighters. What do you think of it?
Yeah. I mean, there's bare knuckle, and that's not in the MMA world, so
Right.
that's not even.
But it's become like they're the default like three now, right?
They are. If you want to be promoted and become a known person, you know what I mean? Because when you look at bare knuckles videos, they're getting 1 million and up.
Yeah.
They're getting 1 million and up. Sometimes UFC fights aren't even getting 1 million and up when it comes to YouTube. So if you want to be known, you want to get your name out there. There's a UFC in bare knuckle right now. I don't know if there's very well-known PFL fighters. You know what I mean? Sean Strickland had a funny take on bare knuckle, and I thought it was kind of.
What'd he say?
Funny. He said something like, called it like a shit promotion, and that they pay like shit, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, that's ironic for a guy who just like literally you fought in UFC your entire life for nothing, and you literally just got your first big little paycheck, and you're gonna talk shit on, you know, a promotion that is just starting. You know what I mean? So like, I thought it was cute of him to say something about payment, because he's like, oh, they don't get paid like he probably does well in UFC, but like I make more than Sean Strickland. I fight bare knuckle.
Yeah, he's complained about his pay too. He's complained about his pay as well. So.
But he's a complainer of pay, but he's talking about other promotions.
Sure. No, I know.
Hey, motherfucker, they pay. Like they pay more than you're getting paid, and you're like this famous, well-known. I don't know how many followers he has and how famous he is. My son loves him. So like, he's a guy, you know, he's like a UFC character, and but he was talking shit on bare knuckle. So like, I took some. I'm like, why don't you say shit about bare knuckle, man? Yeah, I mean, we're getting paid. So,
What'd you think of his performance, by the way?
I was videoing because everyone behind me was yelling, "You're a bitch! You fucking suck! You pussy!"
Oh, jeez.
But no, look. Sean's a tough motherfucker. I like watching him fight. It's usually a good fight, but he got ran from. There's nothing he can do, right? So like, he's trying to bring a fight on, and the guy he's fighting, you need a dance partner, and
Right.
the guy was just running. So like, I would have liked Paulo to put his foot down and know that you don't have to run if a guy's coming forward. You can meet him right in the middle and make it a fight. But Paulo thought that he needed to run if the guy moved forward. It's like, no, put your foot down, and that's where the fight happens. So he was fighting a guy who didn't want to fight, so you can't really blame him, So the whole thing sucked. The fight sucked.
Yeah.
The crowd sucked. It kind of sucked that that was the co-main event.
Right. Right. I wanted to ask you just two more things. The Islam that we saw on Saturday, and you talked about how Dustin kind of like taught you guys, okay, there's a path to having success against Islam. Are you familiar with Arman Sarukian? And
Arman beats him.
Wow.
I know what you're going to ask me already, and I made that assumption right after the fight.
Wow.
Because look at who Khabib went against, right?
Yeah.
Everybody Khabib defended against he had what I call distinct grappling advantage. Like the gap in their grappling advantage was so high, and he dominated these guys. He never had to take the risk of getting his shot stopped, not securing a takedown, not being on top. And Islam just had to deal with that for a little bit. And look how bad it kind of went the other way when he couldn't get the guy to the ground and control him. Who were Khabib's three opponents? I think it was so Michael Johnson wasn't going to give Khabib the fight as far as grappling. He had to.
Ally Quinta.
Yeah, Al was the only guy. And Al was like not high-level wrestling, but Al was doing it to him.
Yeah.
He was showing us what Dustin was showing us on Saturday.
Yeah.
Like if you're able to match their wrestling a little bit, where they can't dominate you and you could put them in a fight, you start to see they're a little bit human, right? So I think Arman, because of his wrestling background, he's going to be able to stop the shot. He may even take Islam down a little bit. Islam won't be the hammer the entire fight. And we need to see how they're going to deal with that, because they're always the hammer. And that's easy to do. But when you get a guy like Arman who can match your wrestling ability, make you work and breathe heavy and work for your grappling positions and advantage, now that's a fight. That's a fight I want to see. That's a fight I'm interested in. And I don't know if they want that fight. I feel like they don't want that fight.
Yo, it's crazy how quickly you answered my question. Like you are certain Arman beats him.
I bet a lot on Arman against
Oliveira.
Oliveira.
Yeah.
And I won. I was next to a guy who we were at the sports book. He put like 12,000 down on Arman.
Oh,
and I told him, hey, bet Arman. I didn't know he was going to bet 12,000, but like,
did you know who you were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at an event. I was at an event.
Okay, got it.
And so he bets the 12,000, and I'm like, oh shit, that was a little much, man. But so Arman wins, but like what we seen was Arman was willing to go full nude to not get tapped.
Yeah.
Like the persistence he had, and like the willingness not to quit in the midst of a Charles Oliveira or guillotine or whatever he had him in was pretty crazy. And so like that style, that pace, that's what we need to see Islam in. That's what we needed to see Khabib in. A guy like that style, because we've seen him rarely ever run into a guy like that. So I need to see that. I need to see them in a fight where they're not so much the hammer, see them get beat up a little bit.
One last one for you. Part of the reason, one of the many reasons I wanted to have you on today, was to get your incredible insight on the card and see how you and your family enjoyed it. But we were supposed to be coming on like 2.5 hours after a Conor McGregor press conference in Dublin with Michael Chandler, which, in case you missed, was postponed or canceled, whichever word you want to use. This morning, the word got out. And so, I was just wondering what your reaction was to all of that. We don't know the status of the fight as of now. And if they do, in fact, fight, we've talked about this fight before, but now that we're getting closer, so I don't know if you've done a run about this fight as well, who you're favoring, because you know those guys very well.
I think me and Dustin have kind of the same take, that if we get to see Conor, even 80% of what Conor was, when he was fighting Aldo, myself, and like when he was on that little streak where he's fighting Diaz, and if we get to see 80% of that, I don't think Mike deals with that. I don't think Mike's able to do it. Mike, the kryptonite in Mike is his defense, and he's so willing to kind of open himself up, and he's so wide and big that Dustin said something earlier, like Conor's a sniper, and he's right. It's like there's a really small margin for error because Conor's speed, his the way, how quickly he reacts and his speed to things, there's a small margin for error, and Mike Chandler makes a lot of error. Like there's a lot of error in what he does, and he's really good offensively, but he don't work on exits. He don't work on getting out of the way after he's offensive, and a lot of his training should be his befores, his feints, and his afters. But I think he's always focused on punching so hard and trying to hurt the guy that there's no stress on, hey, let's work on your before so he don't know when you're coming, and then you go and then work on your exit to get out safely. I think he should be more on that, but he's not. He isn't. He's not really. He's just all about 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, or like whatever he's doing. So I could see him get knocked out, trying to play that game with Conor. But it's MMA. I've been wrong before. No. I hope he shoots a single leg. I hope he tags Conor, keeps feinting, and then keeps shooting a single and making Conor think about, oh shit, he might take me down, and I might have to suffer on the ground a little bit. If he does that, then I could see the fight evolving into a dominant Mike Chandler fight. But he don't do that. He doesn't use that weapon that he has.
I maintain that it's a crime that we don't have Eddie Alvarez as a TV analyst or as a podcast guy. Like your insight is tremendous. The way you break things down, it's tremendous. So I feel like this needs to happen in some way, shape, or form. But I'm grateful and thankful that you come on our show and provide this insight. So thank you so much, Eddie. Appreciate it very much. Enjoy the summer. Thanks for always giving us some time, and looking forward to the return later this year.
Thanks for having me, Ariel.
All right,
nice
there he is.
You guys.
Yes, sir. The underground king, Eddie Alvarez. How great is that? I mean, he just breaks it down so well. Love talking to Eddie, and when I found out, but shout out to New York Rick. That was in New York Rick. New York Rick, you nailed it on that one. Can you book the show more often for us? He's busy.
Oh yeah, he's locked in.
Okay,
he gave a nice show.
I can't be bothered.
We can go to the locked in camera. I mean, he was.
I didn't. Yeah, let's see locked in, Rick. There he is. Look, Rick, come on.
He's got the yellow tape headphones on. He's typing away.
You know what that means? That means Eddie gave him a lot of.
Oh yeah, some stuff to go on social. I mean, he is typing away. The Guam is at an all-time high right now. The guy is locked in.
You don't see the smoke coming off his finger.
Am I right though, GC? Eddie's great.
Oh, fantastic! I had a couple people on Twitter hit me up during the interview, being like, "This guy's spitting fire right now."
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
He's freaking incredible. Love Eddie Alvarez. Great insight. Let's talk to a man who was fighting in the cage, not sitting in the stands on Saturday. Big win for him on the main card. He's on a roll right now, 3 in a row. That's 7 of the last 8, and he's climbing that ladder at 170 pounds. He is the pride of Jamaica and New York. He is Randy Brown. What's up, my man? Randy Brown, always with the great setup, always with the crystal clear camera and everything, and the microphone and the chair. Thank you for the time, and congrats on the win.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me once again, bro.
Always. Are you now, a couple days later, it's always sometimes hard to read you because you're not like a super like colorful guy person. So I'm never quite sure if you're happy with your performance, if you're happy with what you did. Now we're 2 or so days later. Are you happy with Saturday night?
Work's not done, Ariel.
Yeah.
Work's not done. So, you know, we got shit we got to do. We got to handle still. Unfortunately, I wanted to go out there and get him out of there. You know what I mean? But obviously, easier said than done. Tough vet. Of course, I break my foot about 1:10 in. And that just automatically kills all my weapons on the right side. No right hand, no back leg. I got to beat him with one hand, less movement. But we made the adjustments and do what we have to do. So I'm not happy because I wanted to finish. I should have finished them, but it's all good. We move forward.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I have not seen anywhere that you broke your foot. Is this the first time you're mentioning it?
No, I posted it on socials and I told Anik at the end, but I whispered it in my coach's ear in between rounds that he didn't care though. But
him and first minute.
Check it out. You can see the way I came out in the first round.
Yeah.
Watch 350. Watch the fight and put it at 350 the first round. I throw a kick, front kick that hit his elbow, and you hear it goes pop.
Damn.
Destroy my foot.
Shit.
Done. I go from 100 to a 50, and I'm like fighting with one hand the whole time because I can't twist or nothing. The one time I did try to twist, I almost fell, and then I had to just stay on the one hand. But caliber fighter, we make adjustments. You know what I mean, and we see it through.
How tough was that mentally? I mean, you still had 90% of the fight left.
Yeah. I was just like, in my head, I was like, of course. That's my luck. That's Randy Brown luck right there. I'm like, yeah, of course. Of course.
And you told your coach and he just like said nothing? Like said, forget it?
What's he going to do?
Yeah,
he just had to motivate me. He was just like, yo, I don't care. You got to just use that lead hand sophistication. This is what we work on. And that's the whole point of learning lead hand sophistication. Beat that motherfucker with one hand.
Right.
You know, and that's what we did.
So I understand the frustration, but I feel like you should be like super proud of yourself that you overcame that adversity and that you still won. Despite, I mean, there were some highs and lows, second round, you know, like you still overcame all of that with a broken freaking foot. It's even more impressive.
That's what we do. That's what we do, Ariel. That's what we do, man. What can I say? That's what we do, man. I can't be happy. I'm happy, of course. I should celebrate the little things. I said that leading up to the fight. Like, you know, press is always asking me that, like, bro, are you happy? Are you proud? I'm like, yeah, I am. But the work is not done. I got so much more to do. I got places to be. I know where my ceiling is. I know the things that I can do. My team knows the things that I can do. And I'm still not showing it. You're just seeing a glimpse. And I cannot wait until I get a chance. I was in top form on Saturday night. I just broke my foot, but I was in top form. I'm telling you. So we get another shot. And I'm excited to get in there and you know, break into the rankings, hopefully, and get another chance to show it, this time on a bigger name.
Was there ever a point in the fight where you were worried that the foot would, you know, be truly detrimental to the performance? Like, were you worried about, you know, damn, I may not be able to make it to the end?
No, I mean, initially, right when it happened, all that shit goes to your mind.
Yeah.
Initially, right when it happened, you're like, damn, all right, I got to do something. So I start to kind of assess what he's doing. I got to make sure he can't see it. So I'm switching stances. I'm feinting. I'm doing everything to keep him off of me to make sure he can't see that there's a change. But there was a clear change. Happy his team didn't see it. My team saw it, you know, but they didn't pick up on it. And I guess I did a good job of masking it when it happened right away.
He's a tough guy, though. I mean,
he is. He is.
He's had some big wins, too. Like, where would you rank that win for yourself?
That was massive. That's up there for me, you know, and just based off purely of the adversity, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Broken foot, him having my back for a full 3 minutes, you know what I mean? And being able to come out of that and attempting to show him how it's done, you know what I mean? All of that. I think all of that was good. It's up there. It's up there. I rank it up there with some of my best performances. I know I could have been better because I'm telling you I was in top form, but the adversity made it good. The fact that I could show that I can get out of that and still make those adjustments as a caliber fighter.
I watched your post-fight scrum, and you spoke about the gloves a little bit. And when I was watching it, I was like, man, these gloves look a little bit like they look a little smaller. And you mentioned that there's less padding, right? There
is.
Which is interesting because there were so few knockouts on this card. But how would you now that you've fought with them? And by the way, did you get a chance to train with them as well, or did you try them on for the first time on fight week?
No, I did. If you go to my YouTube channel, Rude Boy Studios, I did a whole breakdown. Yeah, I did a whole breakdown on the gloves. And then I did a follow-up video of me wearing them and training with them. You know, so you go check that out. But they did move the padding, so it went from about 4 ounces to about 3 point something, right? Or so it's basically 3 ounces.
Wow.
But all of the padding in the front is now moved to the back, about right here. Most of it is there to protect your wrist. And it does curve a little bit. The fingers are a little stiff, so I was worried about the grazing. I think that can cause cuts. But it's a puncher's glove, man. It is. It's going to make the punches harder. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it's definitely a puncher's glove. But as for eye pokes, as you can tell,
Yeah.
you know, for Saturday night, it's not really going to make a difference. I don't think it's too much of a difference there.
Do you like them better overall, or is it kind of just like a, you know, whatever? It's a wash.
It's whatever for me. You know what I mean? I like the fact that they're puncher's gloves. Anything that's going to make me hit harder, I'm good with. I'm a striker, so that's good for me. But I don't mind them. I'm indifferent.
Okay. By the way, when you speaking of the post-fight interview, you broke out into the I don't want to screw this up, but was it patois? Were you speaking patois there? Yeah. What did you say?
No, I just bigged up the places that I grew up. You know, my family and my friends there. You know what I mean? I let everyone know that we here and we doing it big. You know what I mean? And we got the job done. And yeah, that's really it. You know?
I like it.
Shouted out my peoples. That's it.
I like it. I like when you go into that. You're like, let me just speak to my people right now, okay? And I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're saying, but you know, did not quite understand. And
soon we got to bring Ariel of old with the dreads. You know what I mean?
You know yourself, Randy. Oh my God, I was big. You know, you don't need to tell me about the Rastafari. You know what I'm talking about? Bomba Cloud
man right there.
Yeah, there he is. That's right. I love it. I love it. Are you going back now that your fight is done?
But I'm there all the time. So yeah, I'll probably be down. It depends on what's up with my foot, but either way.
What are they saying?
Yeah. Everybody's excited, man. Everybody's excited. You know?
Sorry. What are they saying about your foot?
Oh, I didn't go to the doctor yet, so we're working that out today, actually. So I'm scheduling that with the UFC today. You know, I saw the UFC doctors, and they gave me my suspensions and all that, and they gave me a boot and everything. So I just gotta head over to the doctors probably tomorrow or so.
Do you think it will be a surgery, or do you think it's just like one of those where you have to chill?
Yo, fingers crossed that it's not surgery, man, because I want to keep this going. I got to get back in there. So fingers crossed that it's not surgery, but see what happens. I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. The moment I put it down, I knew exactly what it was. You know, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it's no surgery.
The timing kind of works out for you to be on the MSG card. Do you want to keep fighting close to home, or do you like the idea of kind of traveling a bit?
That would be ideal. That would be ideal, man. Being able to fight in my hometown, that would mean everything. You know what I mean? I would have so much people in that crowd. You know what I mean? We'd have everybody there. It would just be, you know, almost full circle. So absolutely, I would have loved to fight at MSG.
I know you mentioned Jeff Neal afterwards. Specifically, is it just because of where he's at in the rankings, or is there another reason why you mentioned him?
That's it. Nothing's malicious for me, Ariel. This is all business.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm just making the moves that I need to make, you know, for me and mine. You know what I mean? So I feel like, yeah, he's in a perfect position. Everyone else is booked. You know what I mean? It's me and Jeff Neal. You know, even Wonder Boy. You know what I mean? Wonder Boy, Jeff Neal. These are good matchups. These are guys where I believe styles make fights, and I think that I have a tremendous style to beat these dudes and take their spot. So I'm coming for whoever I could get.
I would love the Wonder Boy fight for you just because of the name, and I think the style matchup would be fun. In fact, last time we spoke, you texted me afterwards saying, I forgot to mention Wonder Boy. I was like, I love that. Was there any talk after your last fight of trying to make that one happen?
Not really. I mean, I'm more of a guy that's going to focus on, I'm one foot in front of the other. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to look too far off. So, and I'm a realist. I understand what it is. That wasn't a fight that was in my realm at the moment. You know what I mean? But now I believe after this win, even though it wasn't a finish, I still believe that after this win, it puts me in a closer position to potentially get that fight.
Yeah. Between the two, Wonder Boy, Jeff Neal, would it be safe to say that the Wonder Boy fight would be of greater interest?
For the fans, I know they would love to see that. I think that would be more interesting and a grander sale for the UFC business-wise. But stylistically, I think that me and Jeff Neal also puts on that same type of banger, you know, because he's going to be there. Whereas with Wonder Boy, you know, when you get two technicians, sometimes we're both, you know what I mean? Both of us are playing that tit-for-tat game, whereas Jeff Neal is coming to fight, you know what I mean? And a guy like that, I'm a I feel like I could just smack his face off the whole time.
When
I'm keeping it above.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. When you were doing your post-fight scrum, that's when Kevin Holland won via armbar. And could I ask, like, my assessment of that was that the fight should have been stopped earlier. If it looks like someone's arm is compromised, I understand he didn't tap, but like he's done. Like he's not going to be fighting with an arm that's dangling. Some people got mad at me for that, saying like, "What are you talking about? Like the guy, let him fight, let him die on his shield." Where do you fall on something like that?
I'm gonna go the opposite end from you, man. I'm gonna say, hey, let him down his shield. It's his response as a fighter. Yeah, we got to be safe from ourselves, right? But at the end of the day, you're a man with a brain, right? Live to fight another day. If you want it to break, let it break. But you got to understand that's a submission lock on your joint. Not like it's gonna break and you're gonna escape. You're gonna break and it's just gonna be there. So that's up to you. Tap. You know what I mean? To fight another day. Tap to fight. If you're in a choke, fuck it. Go to sleep. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna let your arm break, not like it's gonna break and then you're gonna escape and have a chance to fight with one arm. That's not the case. If it breaks, you're still there. It's just broken, and now you're out for however long. So that's on the athlete. I thought he should have tapped earlier. He did tap when it broke, which is pointless.
Well, the thing is that like I think that it was broken, and then it still kind of lingered for 5 seconds. And so I agree with your assessment. I'm just saying I saw some people saying Herb shouldn't step in if it's already broken, then what's the point of all this? Nothing's going to happen anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So at that point, the
You're
referee
right.
does need to kind of step in and be like, okay, this is done. No real different than if someone had their leg broken and they're like, no, I'm going to hop on one leg here and I'm going to keep going. Like now you can't really defend yourself anymore, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, so we do agree.
Yeah, agreed. When you put it like that, agreed. Yeah.
And I understand that there's pride and there's ego. And by the way, shout out to Michal. Like the guy was arguing about the stoppage afterwards. Because
he tapped, man. You tap, bro. You can't get up tapping and get up and argue about it.
Right.
You know, it is what it is.
I just think, you know, if your arm is dangling there. By the way, you talked about you know, being a businessman and being entrepreneurial. I continue to be so impressed with everything that you're doing, from the YouTube channel to the Tiny Desk stuff. You had our guy Action Bronson on, which was great. I think that was for UFC 300. You're buying property in Jamaica, the merch store. Who's guiding you through all this? Is it just all you, or do you have a couple people that you lean on to do all this stuff? Because you're doing a lot of stuff, and it all looks clean. Like we were talking about your merch store before the show. We were looking at it. Like all the stuff, the website is clean. We're showing it right now, by the way. The shirts are clean.
Nice,
Like it's all real nice stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, I just come from a hustler's mindset, man. My family, you know, my dad, my mom, it's just my lifestyle. My family, we just bred like that, man. Everyone's just hustler's mindset, always trying to get it how we can. And you know, I have great people around me. I surrounded myself with tremendous minds. You know what I mean? I have a good team, from Paradigm Sports to, you know, Budokan Martial Arts. Just everyone around me. My whole team that helps, 12th House Collective. They help with my videography and all that stuff. You go check them out on Insta. Website, I do a lot of research, man. I made the website myself. I'm just trying to get it done. Audie is a big help for me, just kind of mentoring and giving me the knowledge behind the scene, you know, and I just soak it all up, man. I know this is a small moment in my life, so I want to soak it all up and learn how to do all these things so that when I'm done fighting, I'm not broken destitute, man. I have an understanding, you know, of how to do these things. And better late than never. I just started, you know what I mean? But I'm happy I'm able to do these things and learn, you know, because I like to learn.
Was there someone who told you that it's important for you to not, you know, some guys are just like, I just want to fight. Don't talk to me about anything else. I just want to train and fight. Was there someone that opened your eyes to this mentality, or have you always been like that?
I low-key always been like this, you know, and also I'm from New York. We're from New York. You know how it is in New York, man. There's so much going on. It's like you'd be a fool to just put yourself in a bubble. You know what I mean? I'm a multifaceted man, and the more I grow into a multifaceted human being. There's things I got to deal with as a man day to day. So I close myself off to that. You know, I'm learning and constantly growing and evolving in the sport. So I have a ton of opportunities to do things, and why let it pass me? Just, you know, I need to just do it. I'm here and I'm experiencing it. So why let it all pass, man? Why let it all pass?
Yeah, for sure. The last building that you bought in Jamaica, is that the tallest building in the Caribbean?
It is.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
So far, it's the tallest building in the Caribbean.
Damn.
As of right now. And it's pretty cool.
And that's for you to rent out, Airbnb style.
That's another Airbnb, but I like that one so much from the blueprints that they've been showing me. I'm like, I might keep it. I low-key might keep that one for myself, but we'll see. We'll see.
Where in Jamaica is it?
That one's in Kingston.
Okay.
In Kingston, Jamaica. That's literally right across the street from Devon's house. You know what I mean? And you can see everywhere from there. It's beautiful.
I love Kingston. My favorite athlete of all time, Patrick Ewing from Kingston. So I always had a soft spot in my heart for
Nice.
for Kingston and Patrick. That's my guy. You ever meet Patrick? Did I ever ask you this?
No, I never met him.
God.
I never met him, but
I love
I would love to. Last time I was in Jamaica, I actually did a whole video with me and Johan Blake, second fastest man in the world. I got an opportunity to train with him on the Olympic team, and
Wow.
crazy experience, and just to see how much work those dudes put in and how good they can be. You know what I mean? I think they overtrain in my world, but their bodies are so used to doing that, and it's that process is incredible. So that was cool. I got to meet him. You know what I mean? So that was dope.
By the way, when you say you think they overtrain, what do you mean by that?
Because for me, you gotta train and rest and stuff.
Sure.
But for them, I think because we're endurance athletes and explosive athletes, it's kind of unique. Whereas sprinters, they can do it every day. You know what I mean? Because they only got to sprint. So they just explode, boom, explode, explode, explode. But they do so much in that day, and they just recover at the end, ice bath, heat, massage, and then wake up again and do all that crazy stuff again. Sprint, but it's fast, it's so high intensity. Whereas not all of my workouts are high intensity.
Okay.
Most of them are, but not all of them. You know what I mean? Because I have to have that endurance, So, yeah.
I'll ask you about 2 170 fights coming up. Gary MVP.
Oh, MVP, easy.
Wow, easy.
Yeah.
Why easy?
Easy. MVP, man, is super dynamic, and I think he brings an element into the division that I think a lot of people are not used to seeing. Movement, lateral movement, and just a level of creativity that most people aren't seeing at all. And if you're not used to seeing that, even a style like mine, just based off movement alone, it throws people for a loop. You know what I mean? So you look at a guy like MVP, and I think that movement is going to throw Ian Gary off, because Ian Gary is the bigger guy. He's also used to using things like that movement. But when you go against a guy has a better skill set in that realm, you know what I mean, and has more experience in that realm and better ability to close the distance, I think he picks him apart.
Wow. What about Leon Bilal the following month?
Ooh. That's a tough one. I like both those dudes. You know what I mean? It made a best man win, but I think we saw what happened the first time Bilal fought him. And Bilal's tremendous. I think Bilal earned it, and he deserves it. And I'm hoping he's learned from that first time they fought. But we saw where that was headed before the eye poke. And I think Leon gets it done again.
Okay. Are you giving away your gloves and fight kit?
I am. So the only way to enter, you got to go to my YouTube channel and comment Rude Boy 302, and you enter automatically. By the end of this week, we announce the winner.
How do you pick the winner?
We use automatic. There's a site that you can use. You can go like an app, and it automatic randomly picks a random comment.
And then you just message them?
And I just message them. They got 3 days to reply. If they don't, then I go move on to the next one.
That's it. So it's no, you don't have to pay, charity, nothing. It's just you got to put in that comment.
That's it. Put in the comments, like, subscribe. That's it. And then I'm gonna send it out myself, my own dime. So you're gonna get a piece of merch, get a piece of Rude Boy merch in there. You know what I mean?
Yo, I like that.
Rude Boy merch.
I like that shirt.
I don't even have this one on the site. This is the green one. This is not even on the site.
Damn.
So you get this one, and then you get the gloves that I fought in that night.
Wow, the brand new ones, historic gloves, first
Yes,
event.
sir. Yes, sir.
What does it say on the back of the shirt, by the way?
No boy.
Means
Not one of them. No boy.
Yeah.
That means none of them could fuck with us, Ariel. Not one of them.
I love it. I love it when you break out that accent. I love that. That's the real shit right there. That's the real shit. I love it.
Sir.
Congrats,
Yes,
man.
sir.
I hope the foot heals up and that it's not too bad and that you're able to get back in there. Well done. You continue to roll. And I have a feeling you're going to be pissed if you're not ranked tomorrow.
I don't care, man. If I'm not ranked, it is what it is. I've kind of like come to terms with it. And that's kind of like, hey, I'll be the first welterweight in history with this many wins to not get ranked, you know. But it is what it is. If I'm not ranked, you know what that means? Pay me to fight someone that is not good enough, and I'm going to get the easy check, man, because I know where my skill set is. I know who I am. I'm confident in who I am. I don't care what fans say. They don't know anything. So I know who I am. I know my skill set, and whoever you put in front of me, ranked or not, they got to deal with it.
I love it. I love the mentality. Congrats. Enjoy the win. Get well soon. And thanks, as always, for coming on.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Peace.
There he is, Randy Brown. Big win for him over a tough veteran. Some ups and downs. And yes, he did reveal that he broke his foot, brain fart there. That's a pretty damn impressive performance when you consider that there was pretty much 13 minutes left, and he was able to still win and keep that train rolling along. That's now 3 in a row for him and 7 of his last 8. Our next guest is also on a 3-fight winning streak. She was in our studio about 7 or so months ago, and she was here to talk about a big win in November, but also to talk about a whole fracas, if you will, with Joselyne Edwards. And credit to the UFC, they booked it. They said, all right, you two are going to fight in the PI. We're going to book you guys to fight each other. And so they booked it for UFC 302. And in the end, Ailín Pérez was able to settle the score and now extend her winning streak to 3 in a row. She is the pride of Argentina. She is kind enough to join us right now. There she is.
Hola.
Hola.
Me estoy peinando. Sorry.
Hello. She is fixing her hair right now. Sorry.
No problem.
Es que estoy en mi casa, modo madre, acá almorzando con mi hijo.
It's just I'm at my house right now. I'm in mom mode. You know, I'm having lunch with my son. So, yeah, I'm enjoying.
Okay.
Pero acá estoy para hablar y contar todas las emociones que siento.
But I'm here to enjoy and to talk about all the emotions I'm feeling in this moment.
Okay. And good to see you again, Martin. Thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate it. So what are the emotions? There was a lot of drama. There was a lot of tension between you two, a whole history. 2 days later, what are the emotions after your big win over Joselyne Edwards?
Qué bueno, entonces, ¿qué fueron esas emociones? Digamos, después de esta pelea, todo el quilombo de que se picó y ahora que ganaste, ¿qué son las emociones que estás sintiendo?
Estoy sintiendo las emociones como que la vida me dio una oportunidad para manifestarme de aquel golpe en el PI y todo el sacrificio de entrenamiento valió la pena y lo voy a disfrutar por el resto de mi vida.
I feel like this was something that I manifested in the sense that after this whole thing happened, I was able to accomplish the goal that I wanted by getting the result by a lot of sacrifice, preparing really hard for this fight, and I won.
Considering what happened, did you feel like this was a very personal fight for you? Like, did this fight feel different because you just didn't want to lose to her, considering what happened a few months ago?
¿Vos sentís como que esta pelea, siendo que era tan personal, como que había una extra presión de que no querías perder, o cómo sentías por eso?
Sí, no sentía presión, pero sí fui responsable en que tenía que ganar la pelea. Me puse una responsabilidad, entonces todo el campamento traté de hacerlo al 100% y no darle chance en nada, ni siquiera en la balanza.
I don't feel like I felt pressure, but I did feel like that I had to be 100% prepared and to make sure that there was absolutely zero margin of error, to make sure that I made the best performance possible to win, and because I felt like I had to win the fight while not feeling pressure.
By the way, was there any talk of releasing the security cam footage at the PI to build this fight? Did the UFC consider this, to the best of your knowledge?
Te pregunta si había alguna discusión de que ellos hacen público el video de la pelea en el PI. Si hablaron de vos de eso.
¿Sí me molesta?
No. Si el UFC y vos hablaron de que posiblemente publican el video de ustedes.
To promote it.
El UFC.
Para promocionar.
El UFC no me propuso nada de eso, pero eso queda bajo su criterio. Yo estoy sana, hice las cosas bien. Y por mí pueden pasar el video y pueden conectar los micrófonos también para que escuchen lo que ella me dice.
No, that was never something that we spoke about specifically about the UFC, but on my end, if they wanted to post it or didn't, I mean, I'm healthy, I'm fine. So if they wanted to post it, I wouldn't have a problem for everyone to have heard what actually happened. But no, there was never anything spoken about it.
Now that the fight is over, you won. In your mind, is there still a beef between you two, or is it over? Have you guys squashed it?
Ahora que se terminó la pelea, ¿sigue mala sangre entre ustedes dos o ya se terminó?
Mira, yo no la vi más después de la pelea, porque ni siquiera me la volví a cruzar. Y si la llego a ver en algún momento, no voy a ir a darle un abrazo ni un beso, pero simplemente voy a seguir para adelante y la voy a ignorar, porque ya no significa nada en mi vida.
Look, since the fight, seeing her in the cage, I haven't seen her since. But if I see her, I'm not gonna like go up to her and like we're not like best friends. I'm not gonna give her a hug. But at the same time, I'm not really gonna give her attention. Like it's not gonna be a big deal. And I'm just gonna keep going on with my life because at this point she's irrelevant in mine.
Did you say anything to her after the fight? And did she say anything to you?
¿Había algo que vos le dijiste a ella después de la pelea o que ella te dijo a vos?
Después cuando terminó el combate, ella vino con la mano, fue como una acción, vino en silencio y yo sentí como que se estaba disculpando y aceptando que yo fui mejor que ella en la jaula.
I felt, well, when she went up to me right after the fight, she gave me her hand. And what I felt in that moment that touched me was that it felt like she gave me her hand almost in a way of saying sorry and to admitting in a way that in the cage she lost that night.
Entonces mi reacción fue, oh, qué bueno, se está como manifestando ella también de que sabe que adentro de ella estaba sucia. Entonces ahí me tocó el corazón en una forma personal y dije, ok, dale, vení, vamos a sentarnos, hablemos. Dejemos el odio, vamos para adelante y aguante Latinoamérica.
At that point, I felt like maybe there was like a little bit of manifestation of that she felt inside, maybe that a little dirty in the sense that she wasn't very proud of how everything happened. And what I said to her was, let's just drop the hate, let's move forward, and let's go Latin America.
Yes.
Vamos arriba.
There seemed to be an incident in the second round where maybe she headbutted you. Do you think that was intentional?
Cuando te dio un cabezazo en el segundo asalto, ¿vos sentías que eso era intencional?
En ese momento yo sentí un cabezazo. No sentí que ella vino con la cabeza, ni tampoco sentí que fue sin querer. Pero lo que sí me vi como que fue una mala acción, que no le bajaron un punto, porque fue intencional o no fue intencional, no lo sé, digo, no sentí el dolor, pero no le bajaron un punto y ni tampoco me dejaron recuperarme.
No, I don't know specifically if it was intentional or not intentional, but what I do know that it was an illegal blow and it did hurt me. So what I think was wrong from the referee's standpoint was that they didn't take a point from it because it did affect me. And I think that was wrong. And then also that it wasn't clear to me that I had 5 minutes to recover. Like usually with illegal blows, they just asked me, are you ready? And after 30 seconds, I went out.
First time using the new gloves. In fact, you'll forever be the first women's fight in UFC history that used the new gloves. So a nice distinction there. What did you think of them?
Bueno, el UFC tiene nuevos guantes y vos tenés la distinción que fuiste la primera pelea femenina en la historia del UFC con estos nuevos guantes. Para vos, ¿cómo te sentiste esos guantes?
Los sentí súper cómodos. De hecho, a mí me mandaron uno hace un mes, un par de guantes para probarlo en mi campamento y hacía las manoplas y los sparring con esos guantes y mis compañeros me decían que me sentían distinta y más liviana con las manos. Podía manipular más el cuerpo en la lucha también. Entonces, para mí a mí me favorece mi estilo de lucha. Fue lo mejor que pudieron haber hecho para mí.
I thought the gloves were actually very comfortable. The UFC sent me a pair before my fight, and I was using them for all of my trainings and my sparrings. And I felt like I was able to grapple better with them. Also, my teammates were telling me that they felt like my hands were just even slightly a little bit faster because of the gloves. I felt like because of my style, these gloves really are good for me.
De hecho, cuando tuve la posibilidad de finalizarla con un ámbar, no tiré el ámbar, no porque no tenía el agarre de las manos, sino porque me faltó cruzar la pierna. Fue mérito de que las manos estaban bien agarradas en el brazo de Edwards. Yo podía manipular bien su cuerpo. No te voy a lastimar. Entonces, para mí fue una buena idea los guantes, me gustan. Sorry.
The gloves, another point was that at one point I almost had an arm bar, and because of how good the grip was with the gloves, I could have gotten it, but I missed the arm bar because of a technical mistake. But even just trying to grapple with an arm bar, I felt like it was better.
Quizás en forma estética no son lindos, son como cuadrados, vacíos y anchos. pero son ideales para mi estilo de pelea.
Yeah, maybe they're not as aesthetically as nice as the other ones. Maybe people were complaining about that because they're a little bit different. But because of my style of fighting, I really like them.
Okay. Afterwards, you created some headlines when you said that you wanted to fight Kayla Harrison next. That you had the big ovaries to fight Kayla Harrison. Why specifically Kayla did you mention?
Bueno, una cosa que llamó mucho la atención era que vos pidiste la pelea con Kayla Harrison, que vos tenés ovarios grandes y que querés la pelea con ella. Específicamente, ¿por qué Kayla Harrison?
En realidad, yo quiero pelear 5 asaltos porque quiero mostrar que estoy capacitada y es una prueba también para ver dónde estoy parada, y como quiero pelear por el cinturón en un tiempo no muy lejano, me gustaría pelear 5 asaltos en un main event y con preferencia de que sea Kayla la rival. Exactamente.
Specifically, more than even fighting Kayla, what I'm really interested in is to fight a 5-round fight, because I would like to fight for the title sooner rather than later. And I feel like Kayla Harrison is the fight that would bring me closer to the title fight. So obviously, my preference would be to fight Kayla in a 5-round fight, but most likely just because of the fact that I would be able to fight 5 rounds, and that's something that I would like to do before fighting for the title.
What did you think of Kayla's performance in her UFC debut?
¿Qué te pareció del desempeño de Kayla en su debut en UFC?
Fue bueno, agresiva, aguerrida. De hecho, no la dejó pensar. Hizo un juego muy, muy inteligente y el que estaba, obviamente, para hacer con Holly Holm, que Holly Holm es una peleadora que está al retiro igual que ella, y no veo que tenga un judo legítimo tampoco como para que sea que con el judo le pueda ganar a todas. No.
Yeah, I felt like it was a really good performance. I mean, she didn't let Holly Holm do anything in the fight. She was very aggressive. She was able to dominate the whole fight. So I thought it was a good performance. But at the same time, I don't feel like judo is that legitimate anyways. So for me, like, it's something that worked on Holly, but it's not going to work with everyone in the weight class.
O sea, en ciertas palabras más crudo, le peleó eran 2 veteranas peleando donde una era más fuerte y tenía un judo y la otra no tenía judo. Esa fue la pelea.
Like, my analysis of it was 2 older fighters who fought, with one of them being significantly stronger than the other one, and one having judo and the other one not, so she was able to take advantage of that.
Claro, ella es muy buena, le ganó a Kayla, pero a ver, chicos, si yo empezaba judo de chica, yo también iba a ser campeona olímpica, vamos, tampoco es... Entró veterana, ya está para irse a su casa, a criar más hijos.
Like she's definitely good, but I mean, like, come on, like, if I dedicated my life to judo as well, I probably would have been Olympic champion too. So I mean, to me, like, she's a veteran. She's getting up there in age, and maybe she's closer to enjoying being a mother, because it seems like she's a very good mom.
2-time Olympic gold medalist. And I think your comments on judo to be very interesting. I find them to be very interesting because, to me, you can make a case that, judo is an incredible skill to have as an MMA fighter, because not only do you have the submissions, you have the takedowns too, as opposed to jiu-jitsu where there are no takedowns. Nevertheless, it seems like you're not such a fan of the application of judo to MMA.
Y me parece muy interesante lo que dijiste de judo, porque para mí me parece que judo es bueno porque podés meter derribos y también sumisiones, pero vos pensás que para vos es más o menos no es tan importante.
Mira, yo el sábado conecté 3 derribos de judo. Y no es que gané la pelea por haber hecho 3 derribos de judo, que no es poca cosa, es mucha cosa. Pero yo gané la pelea por ser más contundente, por ir a buscar la victoria. El judo me ayudó, sí, porque lo entrené como el boxeo, como el jiu-jitsu, como todas las artes marciales. Pero a mí no me a ver, Kayla no me sorprende, eso es a lo que tenemos que ir. Y yo tengo el mejor striking que ella. No por eso digo que la pelea va a ser striking. La verdad, sorpresa.
No, I mean, look, like in my last fight, I made a couple of takedowns using judo. So it's not like that I don't use judo. Judo is helpful, but I wouldn't say that I won the fight because I had judo. I won the fight because I came more prepared. I was ready to use jiu-jitsu. I was ready to use my boxing. I was ready to be a complete fighter. So if I were to fight Kayla, I'm confident I'm a better striker than her. So I think that I have advantages in my sense. And my point with all of this about judo is really just that Kayla's good, yes, but she doesn't really impress me either, and I would like to fight her.
Ella no me va a aguantar 5 rondas, por eso también quiero pelear con Kayla, porque tiene condiciones de poder ser la campeona, pero yo creo que le faltan pasar una prueba, que es saber si aguanta 5 rounds, y es por eso que quiero pelear una estelar con ella.
No, well, and that's why I want to put her to a test in 5 rounds, because as much as I want to test myself, I think if she's going to be champion, she has to show that she can win 5 rounds, and I'd like to be the one to test her with that, because, yeah, I think that I think I would win in a 5-round fight.
Did you see Dana White was asked about this, and he seemed to like the idea, or at least liked your attitude? Did you see the clip?
Dana White te preguntaron de esto y parecía como que le gustó la idea o por lo menos tu actitud. ¿Vos viste eso y qué te pareció?
Sí, cuando vi que primero estar en bocas de Dana White después del gran show, del gran espectáculo, me sentí que también estoy haciendo las cosas bien y que esa pelea yo sé que se va a dar como se dio la victoria con Joselyne, esa victoria tan buscada, tan entrenada y siento que estoy haciendo las cosas bien, que mi nombre está sonando fuerte en la categoría y que por eso también, si no es con Kayla, puede ser con Misha Tate o con Holly Holm porque son las únicas dos que tienen más seguidores en Instagram, en las redes sociales y después estoy yo, entonces, ¿por qué no con una de ellas?
No, I did see it, and I thought it gave me a sense that I'm doing things the right way. If I'm in the mouth of the boss, Dana White, you know, I think that the same way I was able to manifest the fight and win with Joselyne Edwards, I know that one day I'm going to be fighting Kayla. And if it's not Kayla in the next fight, I just like to fight a big name for 5 rounds. If it's Misha Tate, Holly Holm, anyone, whoever the UFC proposes, I'm ready to go. But I would love to have a 5-round war.
Siento que el ranking es irrelevante, porque yo tengo ahora un récord de 10 victorias, 10 victorias y 2 derrotas, y a veces el ranking está inestable, la mitad son malas, que no tendrían que estar ahí, y siento que tampoco puedo ensuciarme con gente que no vale la pena. ¿A qué me refiero? A estar en una cartelera con alguien que no me está sumando como nombre, entonces siempre quiero pelear con las estrellas porque me considero una de ellas.
I would say that the rankings in general are pretty irrelevant, especially in my weight class. Half of them aren't really even good. And I don't even want to like muddy myself having to fight another fighter that doesn't sell at all. I like to fight big names that are also going to help me sell the fight because it seems like I'm the only one that's on my end trying to put on a show for the fans.
Es más, hasta le puedo pegar a Norma Dumont 5 rounds si quieren.
Look, I'll even beat up Norma Dumont for 5 rounds if they want. I don't care. I just want 5 rounds.
Yes.
Sí, y otra cosa que le había pedido a Dana White en una de las conferencias era que bueno, que si era con Norma Dumont, me gustaría que sea en Argentina, porque también era una de mis metas llevar el UFC a Argentina y por qué en un Argentina-Brasil en el Luna Park,
Yeah, I even said to Dana, if you want me to fight Norma Dumont, I would love to even fight or anyone to bring our UFC to Argentina, to my country, to bring a show to my people and to headline in Luna Park. That would be a dream as well.
La gente por ahí se pregunta, ¿por qué tanta confianza? ¿Por qué si en la pelea también tenés cosas que corregir? Sí, chicos, pero créanme que la Ailín que va pasando pelea tras pelea va subiendo obstáculos y me voy encontrando cada vez con mi equilibrio mental y físico y tengo algo que no lo tiene ninguna de las peleadoras, que son mis ovarios.
Yeah, and another thing that a lot of people are saying is Ailín, why are you talking so much? You still need to improve on a lot of things. But what people aren't realizing is that fight after fight, I'm improving in every single way, and I keep showing that I am becoming a big name in the category, and I have big ovaries. So I mean, I'm going to keep winning and doing a good job in each fight that I do.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I love it. Can I ask your assessment of Paulo Costa's twerking skills? I saw that you were trying to
No lo
teach.
puedo hacer, pero sí era algo así.
Okay. Not your twerking. I was saying Paulo's twerking. What did you...
My boyfriend. Funny.
Me está preguntando de Paulo Costa y él quiere que vos le das un rating, una nota en cómo eran sus habilidades de twerking.
Bueno. Malísimo. Yo creo que tiene que tomar más clases conmigo.
I think that he needs to take more classes.
Quizás una semana con Ailín Pérez va a aprender no solamente a twerkear.
Maybe with 1 week of private lessons with Ailín Pérez, maybe he'll learn not just how this works.
Okay, I think he's spoken for, Paulo. I think he has a longtime girlfriend, Tamara, lovely lady. So I don't know if she would like that.
Piensa que tiene una esposa o mujer de largo plazo, entonces no sé si le gustaría eso.
La podemos invitar.
No, and she's invited as well.
Yo tengo que celebrar mi victoria.
No, she's got she's
O
not
sea,
secure the victory.
estoy triste porque Pablo perdió. De hecho, todo el país argentino escribiéndome, la mayoría de los fans, alentándolo de que siga, que todos creemos en que él puede sacar ese Pablo Costa que tiene adentro y puede salir en su próxima pelea, y que una derrota también está buena en este momento de su carrera para ganar y seguir subiendo.
No, and after his last performance in his fight, I just want him to know that all of Argentina supports him. We all love him, and this was actually probably a positive thing that he took this loss, because he can bounce back from this loss and come back to be the old Paulo and come back and start being aggressive again.
Okay, that's good. By the way, the last time you told us you said you were making like 30,000 on OnlyFans. Still going well for you over there?
La última vez que hablamos, que vos dijiste que estabas ganando más o menos 30.000 en OnlyFans. ¿Te está yendo bien con eso?
Sí, súper bien. La verdad estoy superando las expectativas en todo. Cada pelea me está subiendo de estadística, no solamente a nivel técnico y mental, sino que mi vida está cambiando un montón. Yo estoy viviendo otros números y también estoy orgullosa por todo el trabajo, ¿no?, que hago con mi manager.
Yeah, it's honestly going super well. Everything is really exceeding expectations in every way. We're doing well. I mean, with my fights, I keep bringing up my stats and I'm, still breaking records. I feel like everything's going really well, and I'm doing a very good job with me and my manager.
Okay. And by the way, what was that blue thing that you were eating on the toast? What was that? Is that like a cupcake?
Estoy comiendo, como te dije, el postre, porque toda la semana es celebración acá.
No, yeah, I'm eating a dessert because, this whole week is celebration, enjoying food.
Es una cookie que tenía crema y le estaba comiendo. Pero acá.
My son brought it to me, so I had to eat it,
Son los mejores días de la vida de mi hijo. En Miami, comiendo lo que queremos, disfrutando, viendo la pelea y el knockdown todos los días, y nos reímos entre nosotros.
No, it's some of the best days of our lives, because we get to enjoy being here in Miami, enjoying our presence. We keep watching the video, that spinning back fist that we got. It was awesome. We're really happy, and we keep laughing about everything.
Solo una semana voy a comer porque yo sé que el pelado me va a dar la pelea pronto y tengo que volver al campamento.
But I know that I'm gonna have to cut eating all this stuff by this week, because I know that I'm gonna be getting a fight pretty soon, and I will be ready when.
Porque quiero llegar de la misma forma o mejor al pesaje como lo hice con esta. Que no me costó, fue easy.
Because I wanted my next fight to make sure that I get there just as good as I did the last time, but probably if not better. So that's when I want to make sure that happens for the next fight.
Amazing. Okay, what a character. Well done. Ailín, congratulations on the win. Well done. Congrats, and I look forward to the next one. Thank you so much to both of you for coming on.
Thank you.
Muchísimas. Sí.
No, felicidades por todo y bueno, que estamos hablando para la próxima.
Claro que sí, muchísimas gracias. Y también para mí son metas poder estar hablando con él bien pronto después de una pelea tan contundente que fue. Y nada, que también es parte de mi gran desafío que se viene para adelante, estar acá con Ariel.
Thank you so much also to you, because it's a goal of mine to each time that I get to fight, to be able to talk to you. Like, this really is awesome for us. So thank you, and you're a part of this as well. Thank you, Ariel.
Como lo dije siempre, una cosa más, como lo dije siempre, los mejores tienen que estar con los mejores.
Like I always say, the best gotta be with the best.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Wow, what a character. What energy Ailín has. Amazing stuff, and a great win for her. And she is climbing the ranks. I don't know if she gets a Kayla Harrison fight next, but hey, man, shoot for the stars. Why not? We had Kayla Harrison, by the way, on our Friday road show. She was there. She was kind enough to be there. And she did reveal this didn't really get picked up all that much, which is fine because it was one night stand. Audio available right now on the Ariel Helwani Show feed. She revealed that she actually tore a ligament in her left hand a few weeks before the fight. She had this thing, an interesting thing here, keeping her fingers together. and that ruled out a potential June 29 card. Didn't know who her next opponent would be. Doesn't have a fight just yet, but was hoping for October, I do believe. She was on fire. Everyone was on fire. There's an energy in the room when you have, 400 or so people there. We asked her about the Don Davis comments, Kevin Durant, all that stuff. She was tremendous. Oh, yeah. So let's see. Great stuff from Ailín Pérez, and she continues to climb the ranks, and now she can move on from the feud with Joselyne Edwards. I don't imagine anything. Has anything new happened since? Is there anything new? Is there a new date? Have they changed the day for the presser because they said they were postponing it, or no?
No, I haven't seen anything. Mbappe to Madrid.
Oh yeah, that happened at the beginning of the show. I saw that.
5 years.
By the way, 5 years, huh? How much?
I haven't seen a number yet. I'm sure there's one out there.
What's like what? I don't know how to put this. Mbappe to Madrid 2 days after they win the Champions League, or KD to the Warriors a month or so after they lose in the final 73-win season. Which is worse?
Man, they feel pretty comparable.
So I asked a good friend of mine,
because they just won, but
I asked a good friend of mine, Raj, who's the social media guru for TNT Sports, and he said the KD won because Mbappe grew up a hardcore Real Madrid fan. This was always his dream. And
he's not going to get he's not just going because he's like, man, I just want to get a Champions League title to just cross that off the list.
Exactly. This is a dream.
Yeah. Of course. It's felt like we've been hearing these rumors for the last 5 years, though.
100%. Even last summer there was some talk of it, and he's even turned down big money from Saudi Arabia, right? Just to realize his dream. Has he emerged? Like, is he wearing is there like a big celebration or not yet?
I've only seen a couple posts, but like it's like official. Real Madrid is like putting out Mbappe's joining us 5 years.
No one does it better than the soccer clubs when they announce a new signing. They always have these videos all ready to go. You know?
Real Madrid literally posted just a picture of their logo and said Mbappe's coming.
Oh, they don't even have to fucking do anything. Hey, those guys.
Nike posted like an ad that was just like, work on your dreams till they're a reality or something like that. So yeah, I mean, the inevitable becomes even more inevitable.
Yeah, what a time for Mbappe. And now he focuses on the Euros. Euros starting soon, I think next week.
Yeah, I mean, MMA fan, when they do Max and Ilya in Spain, we'll get Mbappe at the Bernabeu now.
I was saying this morning that Mbappe signing with Real Madrid 2 days after they win the Champions League is reminiscent. I saw some other people say this as well, so it's not 100% mine, but is reminiscent of when Forrest got promoted and they signed Morgan Gibbs-White.
It's close.
It felt like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's close to it.
It reminded me of it. All right, final guest of the day, and it's always great to be joined by the YouTube master himself. Ah, yes, you know that he is the host of the Mighty Cast. You know that he does the great breakdowns, the previews, and I even had the great honor and distinction of being on the pod last week. Once again, it's always a fun time when you can pick the brain of one Demetrious Johnson, one of the greatest ever. He's kind enough to join us from this great setup, which he told me all about. I have this great setup, and now I'm told you had to move to the phone. This is the great set. I mean, it looks great, but it doesn't seem like this is the typical crystal clear Michael Wansover setup that I'm used to.
I'm so embarrassed right now, Ariel.
Oh, the microphone is even like shitty, like iPhone microphone.
I know. I know. I came down here 10 minutes, and I'm gonna blame Zoom. Fucking Zoom ruined it, right? We always use StreamYard because StreamYard takes care of us, and it goes through it real nice and easy. But it wouldn't let me hook up the Sony FX3 or the Shure SM7B mic. So this is what you have. I apologize, Ariel. I'll make it up to you. How about that?
All I do is praise you and Wansover. Man, it's crystal clear. I got the shitty webcam, the microphone. Like, it's so impressive. This is your house, and now you're coming at me. Like, Eddie Alvarez had better video and audio with his shitty like iPhone 2009 headset. That's what he had.
Ariel, Let's not complain about spilt milk. Let's get right to the. Let's start cooking. Come on, let's start cooking. Come on, let's go.
Fine. Mighty Cass killing it. Man, what a fight! I said that 302 was a very forgettable card that was topped off with an unforgettable main event. I love the main event. I think it's my fight of the year so far, 6 months into the year. What was your takeaway from that? And in particular, the way it seemed like Dustin just laid it all out on the line, but ultimately fell short in the end.
Yeah, I think it was an amazing fight between Dustin and Islam. And I think the biggest thing taken away from that fight is how Islam was able to stifle Dustin when he would start to get some type of momentum in the fight, right? Like, Dustin will pull the shorts up. I feel like that's his tick. Pulls his shorts up.
By the way, every time he does it, I think of you imitating him now. I can't not look at it. I fixate on it. Why does he do that, by the way? Why do you think it is?
Honestly, I think the tick for him, like a lot of athletes have ticks where it's like they lock in. And you look at all of Dustin's fights, he pulls his shorts up, then he gets hunkered down, and then he's ready to go. Like, my tick is like when after a exchange, I'll hit myself in the head. I'm like, okay, lock in, it's time to go. Joseph Benavidez had a tick. Dominic Cruz has a tick. He goes, he takes that deep breath and he's locked in. So I think that's Dustin's tick. But back to the fight, I think it was a great fight. I mean, Dustin, did an amazing job. And I felt in that fight, it's going to come down to the grappling exchange, which we knew Islam had that advantage. And, Islam spot guys like Dustin. Not saying Dustin isn't one of a kind, but you look at guys like Bobby Green, Dan Hooker, those guys like to strike on the feet. And Islam has been able to take those guys out, take them down, submit them very easily. Granted, Dustin is amazing getting back to his feet. He spent 6 weeks doing that, and he mentioned that, but it's just a lot harder when you have somebody, they keep on going for it and going for it and going for it. And, that's all she wrote. And it was an amazing fight. I think that fight was, going into the fight, watching this weekend was the story. Like, can Dustin become a world champion? Right? That was the biggest thing. And I think that's what everybody tuned in that night to see.
Did he do better than you thought he would do?
Oh, 1,000%. Absolutely. I think he did very, very well. Right? I think the hardest thing is that I think sometimes when I watch the fight, there's times where Islam was up and he had to clinch, which I love when Islam had to clinch. But every single time he had to clinch, boom, he gets shot down and did a double leg. Just boom, go for a double leg and just fight that wrestling exchange, right? Even when I fought Henry the second time, I tried wrestling him because it was like, hey, I'm being successful on the feet, but I'm going to try to wrestle him just to have him think about it, right? Even though I didn't get the takedown, I just threw that on the puzzle. I threw it in the game, like, hey, I'm going to try for a takedown. Didn't get it, but he had to think about it, even though that was his strong suit. So that's one thing I think Dustin could have added to the game. But then again, I don't know what him and his team worked on. But I think that was a place that he could have maybe taken advantage of Islam when he was in the clinch. He went for the body, which is good. But even if he would have went for that takedown and Islam would have grabbed the guillotine or whatever, he passed his guard. It just makes Islam work that much harder than he has to wrestle, right? When Islam's wrestling, he's wrestling to take Dustin down. If Dustin was to wrestle Islam, now Islam's on defense, and then it's another scramble to, that's how I think when I fight, but yeah.
What about that final takedown, which led to the Darce?
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I've experienced it when somebody grabs my hands and a D1 wrestler, I was going against, he was like 175, 180, and we're wrestling, and he grabbed my hands, we're hand fighting, he goes, whoa, and just threw me on my back. And when he did it to Dustin by the foot, I was like, oh, I mean, it's kind of like an equilibrium, offsets your balance, and he was able to follow up, grab the guillotine, grab the head and arm, and then transition into the submission.
Man, so we had Eddie, and I was about to ask him, like, based on what you saw on Saturday, and some of the success that Dustin had in the fight, some of the takedowns and on the feet and whatnot. What do you think about a potential fight between Arman and Islam? I couldn't even finish the question, and he's like, "Oh, Arman beats him. Arman beats him 100%." Like he was 1,000% certain that Arman wins the fight. What do you think?
I've watched a little bit of Arman. He looked really good when he fought Charles Oliveira. That's an interesting fight because I think their grappling cancels out each other. And I think Arman he's pretty decent on the feet. He's kind of like hesitant from the videos I've seen him fight. Like, he's not like, I think it's a good fight. I don't think he blows him out the water, I'll have to watch more on Armin, but I like Islam. He's fought, I think, more dangerous opponents that come to my mind. Like I said, I haven't watched much Armin. Like I just haven't, right? He's like, I feel like he's a new kid on the block for me as I've been breaking down more fights. But his last fight with Charles Oliveira, I think it's the right stepping stone to get him ready for a guy like Islam.
Okay, we put a pin in this for a moment because you're in the YouTube game now, so you love this shit.
Yep.
Obviously, you've been following this Conor McGregor story, press conference today. It gets postponed, canceled, etc. You've heard about all of this, yes? This gets you more excited than technical breakdowns now because you're just chasing them views, baby. You're just chasing them views like this. That's what you're doing. You're just chasing them views. Well, we do have an update on the situation right now coming through. Breaking news. Frank, we have the breaking news music?
Give it to us.
This is a tweet that was just sent out 3 minutes ago by Conor McGregor. In consultation with the UFC, today's press conference was canceled due to a series of obstacles outside of our control. I apologize to my Irish fans and fans around the world for the inconvenience and appreciate all your passion and support. I can't wait to put on the greatest all-time show in the Octagon. So what I reported earlier today on the program, DJ, was that...
I heard it. I heard it. Yeah.
All right, so you're up to speed. Given what I said, given what he tweeted, do you think this fight is happening on June 29th?
It fucking better. I mean, there's no reason why it shouldn't.
I mean, I can think of a couple reasons.
I mean, obviously, money's a big factor for Conor. Obviously, injuries and all that stuff, but you stated earlier today that it's none of those things. I think the biggest thing with the Conor versus Chandler is that, I can't think of a reason why it shouldn't happen, right? Like, my gut tells me it's like, as I sit here and think about it, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, let's say Conor's like, I want more money, right? Which he shouldn't get because
it's not that. It's not that. Just to be clear, just to be clear, it's not a drug thing. It's not illegal. Yeah. It's not drama. He's not pointing the gun at them saying, I want more money. Those are the boxes I checked. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm coming into this as all the information I have, and somebody goes, "Why isn't the fight not going to happen?" Right? That's how I'm looking at this right now. And the only thing I can think of is maybe I just don't understand why the fight wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm going on a hamster wheel, but I mean, I can understand why the press conference isn't happening because you got to fly, Chandler all the way over to fucking Dublin, Ireland, and do the whole press conference and all that stuff. Maybe that's a little bit too much to make happen. I have no idea, but I don't see why this fight doesn't happen.
Chandler was ready to go. Chandler literally had his bags ready to go to the airport. His bags packed. Yeah. His bags packed. Yes. His bag packs. I screwed that up. You get the point. He was ready to go. And I actually thought Chandler was relishing it. I feel for Chandler right now because all of this, even the tweet, I will admit, as I'm deciphering the tweet, there's no mention. Wait, let me just click more. Is there show more here? No, there's no mention in the tweet, I'll see you on June 29th.
Yeah.
And I think that's very interesting.
I mean, we'll see. At the end of the day, like, that's the shitty thing about this is that for me, if I was Chandler, I understand, like, I want to try to get him on the Mighty Cast to talk about this fight with Conor because as an athlete, you make your money when you compete. Chandler hasn't, I can't remember the last time Chandler competed. I don't know if it was against Charles or Dustin or Justin. Yeah. I just don't know. It doesn't ring a bell in my mind, right? So for me, he's been waiting on the sidelines to fight Conor McGregor. This might never happen, right? I mean, Conor like, fuck you guys. I don't need none of your fucking money. I don't need none of you guys. I want to fucking the yacht. You know what I mean? So that could potentially happen. And then it's like Chandler waited all this time, or it does happen. So that's what I feel right now is that, like, I just feel like Chandler might be wasting his time. I don't know. That's how I feel.
If they go to Chandler and say, okay, we need you to step up and fight someone else on this day, do you agree to it? Or do you, because at this point, you're almost like hard in a rock place. Like, I've waited this long. This is the payday that ends all paydays, right? And as you know, it's not just the payday of the fight. It's people are sponsoring you. There's all kinds of shit that happens when you fight Conor McGregor.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be the biggest payday of his career. I think we all can agree to that. And I think it's something like, what Dustin says. What is he fighting for, right? Does he want to be world champion, or does he want that big mega fight? And I think that's a decision for him to make. I can't make that decision for him. Like, what would I do? I don't know his financial situation. So Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's a tough one because I mean, a mega fight with Conor. I mean, you beat Conor, that just opens up so many more doors for you than if he was to beat, like, I don't know, Justin Gaethje or you know what I mean. Like the biggest star in the sport in mixed martial arts is Conor McGregor. I mean, we can all agree on that. Even though the motherfucker doesn't fight at all, he's still the biggest star.
Yes. Oh man, what a story! So much drama. Okay, back to 302. Does Dustin Poirier fight again? Based on what you heard from him and what you saw and what he said afterwards.
No, I don't think he fights again. I think when I sat down and I listened to, you know, I'm in this game now. I'm covering one championship. I'm covering, you know, poor Deontay Wilder. I mean, God damn, what a fall!
Man.
What a fall, right? And then, you know, I listened to the press conference, and when I was listening to Dustin Poirier's press conference, it makes sense. What is he fighting for? Like, he wants to fight for a belt, and in order for him to do that, he has to work his way all back up the ranks again. I mean, granted, he won one fight and he got a title shot, so things can happen like that again. But what's he fighting for? It seems like he's financially sound. He's got the hot sauce. He's got a lot of things going on. He's got his daughter. He's got his wife. So, you know, and there's a lot more. Even Sean Strickland said something. He goes, what's the point of having, you know, $20 million in the bank when you can't even spend the money if your brain's shot to CTE? Not saying Dustin has CTE, but, you know, Dustin hasn't got through his career unscathed, right? He's been knocked out. He's been submitted, and he's also knocked people out. And he's also submitted people. I think I read somewhere that he might have an ACL injury. I'm not sure. I have to, you know, go back. So these are miles I put on his body that's going to live in him forever. So at the end of the day, he's like, hey, I'm 35. I made a shitload of money. I knocked out Conor twice. I got 2 red panty nights. I mean, only thing I didn't get in my career is the gold. So, I mean, you know, who knows? But I think if he doesn't fight again, I'll be happy for him, you know?
Is he a Hall of Famer?
There's so many. Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. I think so. And here's the thing, too. There's going to be other people who touch the UFC lightweight gold. And I said the same thing to Uriah Faber about this back in the day. I was like, Uriah, you'll probably never be a UFC champion, but you'll still be one of the biggest stars in mixed martial arts. And I think that's the same thing with Dustin Poirier. He might never touch UFC gold, but he's going to make a lot more money than any of the champions that ever touched gold. And he's going to have the biggest brand because he always fought with his heart on his sleeve, right? And so I think he can, you know, sleep good at night thinking that way.
It's funny they use the word heart. I said earlier that I don't know if Dustin Poirier, especially when he came in, had like otherworldly talent. He wasn't a guy that you were like, holy shit, that's a can't miss prospect. But I don't know if anyone had bigger heart than him. Like more like that. He was able to just like dig down deep. And Saturday was the perfect example of that, right?
Yeah. I mean, 3 opportunities to fight for the belt. Just lost it, Charles Oliveira, lost it, Habib, now lost to Islam Makhachev. It reminds me of Uriah Faber. He's had multiple times to fight for the belt, always came up short. And Uriah was always a class act about, you know, his opportunity and not getting the belt. And when you look at Dustin, it's the same thing. Like after the fight, he was like, fuck. I got finished again. You know, you can see it in his face. And, you know, all you can do is respect a guy like that, right? Because it's a tough game. And all the guys he fought for the belt have been the best in the world. Like Dustin has fought more champions to get the belt. You know what I mean? Like Charles Oliveira, absolute gangster. You know, what's the other gentleman he fought? Habib, undefeated, the lightweight GOAT. Now Islam, you know, also another lightweight GOAT, right? It's just his road to gold. You know, you look at Eddie Alvarez, he's touched UFC gold, right? And he didn't defend it as much, but was his road the same way? He beat RDA, Rafael Dos Anjos. RDA is at 170 now. So the road for Dustin to get gold has probably been the hardest in the lightweight division in today's era.
How do you think Islam would do against Leon Edwards?
I like that. I like that fight. You know, I think it's going to come down to, can Islam stifle Leon Edwards' striking game? Granted, I think Leon Edwards is more athletic and more faster than Dustin. Almost, I'll put him on the same speed as Bobby Green. So we've seen how Islam, deals with that. But then it's going to come down to, can Islam get the fight to the ground and use his wrestling and his judo throws? So that's where the X factor is, right? That's like as I follow this, it's like you pick these stories. It's like, okay, Islam, I understand. He has that fight with Arman, but if he goes up and fight Leon, that's a beautiful story. Here's a lightweight champ, you know, a guy who's beat Dustin, he's beat Charles Oliveira, he's beat all these guys. If he beat Arman, I think he has the torch. I give him the nod that he needs the nod from the mighty one to go up and fight Leon Edwards for a, you know, 2 division champ. You see all these guys, oh, I just became the motherfucking champion. I want to fight, you know, you guys Sugar Shot. I love Sugar. Sugar's like, man, I want to fight Eilín Pérez. I was like, well, why don't we get 5 consecutive title defenses first? Why don't we do that, clean out the division, then let's go fight Eilín. Same thing with Eilín Pérez. Eilín Pérez was like, you know, I want to fight Conor. I was like, okay, just Conor is out there drinking his, you know, proper 12 on his yacht. Let's fight Max. Let's fight, you know, let's get Volkanovski a rematch. Let's build a storyline. That way, when you do go up to the division, it's gonna be more eyeballs, you know, with Islam versus Leon. I'm here for it. I love that fight. I think it's a great fight, and I can't wait to see. But I think Islam, I think he has the pass to go either way. But I think Arman deserves that rematch. Why not? And then if Leon beats Bilal, which I think Leon will beat Bilal, then I think that's a perfect match to do right there. And then Islam, if Islam beats Leon, Islam goes right off to the sunset and goes, brother, I did everything. I beat everybody at lightweight, and then I became 170 champion. What else?
But I love when you get into the imitations. None of them are
I do
actually
too.
really good, but I appreciate the effort.
Thanks, man. I do my best.
The Conor one is one of your favorites. By the way, DP Volk, are you here for that?
That's the point where I spoke. So I saw that. You know what? I mean, I'll watch it, right? But I think when Dustin says, "What am I fighting for?" He don't need money, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't need money. I think he wants gold, and I think him fighting Volk doesn't bring him gold. I think it's a fun fight. I think it's a great fight. But when I hear Dustin talk, I feel his emotions that he wants to be champion so bad, and I think that fight with Volkanovski is going to give him that golden token. He'll probably get some more, you know, O's in the bank, zeros in the bank, but I think truly he wants, and, you know, that's not an easy fight either. Volkanovski's an absolute monster. So all he's going to guarantee get from that fight, he's going to get more money and he's going to get more damage on his body. Is that worth it? Right? So that's what he's got to sit down to. Like, is it worth 8 weeks away from your wife and your daughter? Is it 8 weeks away from your brand building of the hot sauce and all that other stuff, right? That's where I think Dustin Poirier is at, and that's the decision he has to make. Is it worth it?
As a fighter, you see a judge score the co-main 49-46 for Paulo Costa. What do you think happened? What should happen to that guy?
Fired.
Crazy, right? And
yeah, I mean, let's talk about. Since we got on here, Errol. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Errol One Show. I think one day me and Errol are going to have our own show where we just vibe out.
Oh, we're going to vibe out.
We're going to vibe out, right? So, you know, I think that the Sean Strickland and Costa. I think I said it right. I used to call it Costa, but it's Costa.
We're working on your pronunciations. Like, that's a big thing for me. I'm a stickler. You had a recent one. We don't have to talk about it, but I had to tell you, like, bro. And by the way,
I said you said it's Usyk.
Yeah. By the way, the thing is, you're not just a solo act. You have a producer who should be catching this without throwing anyone under the bus. Like, there should be someone in your ear. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing in, Anyway,
Michael has no power here.
I'm not saying any names. No names. Okay, go ahead.
Let's get back to it. But what an interesting fight. As I've watched Sean Strickland fight more, he has developed a style where he can stifle people, right? Like, I watched Izzy's breakdown. He goes, this motherfucker's marching. He was like, like watching when he's checking the kicks. And people just can't deal with it, right? So I find it fascinating how this style that he brings to the fight, where he doesn't really have any sense of urgency. Right? He's very content. He'll go there, get to the edge of the void, start punching somebody. He lets the guy run, and then he'll walk back up. But then Sean Strickland comes out and says, hey, I've never been the most athletic person. I've never been the person to go get people. Right? And so that's Sean Strickland's part. Now, when I look at Costa, that Secret Juice is being very deflated. Right? He came out, he goes, I don't want to conserve my energy, da-da-da-da. When you train for a fight, you know, I think about that. I was okay. So what are they doing in their training, right? Like, if we know Strickland's going to come forward, right? And if he's going to come forward, okay, we're going to work on the clinching. We're going to work on the wrestling game. He's got Eric. He's worked with, you know, Fight Ready. He has Henry Cejudo. It's like, guys, I can strike. I can do wheel kicks on stuff. I need to make sure my wrestling is good enough to fight a guy like Sean Strickland, who we fucking know for a damn fact he's going to come forward. Sean Strickland is going to sit there and bounce back and forth like a K1 kickboxer and back up and strike. He's going to come forward in March, right? So how do you nullify someone who's going to keep coming forward? Clinch game, wrestling, judo. You have to meet him. If you're going to run the whole entire time, you're just going to lose the fight against Sean Strickland. But Sean Strickland's so good about just walking people down, and nobody goes, fuck it, I'm nutting up and we're just going to fight. I'm not backing up. Like Jared Cannonier did, DDP did a very good job of doing that. But those are the things I see when I'm watching. I'm like, you know, I before the fight started, I had Costa winning, you know, because, you know, his athletic ability, but Sean Strickland, you know, shut all that shit down. So, but the judge who did 49-46, I'm like, honestly, like, the fight was so one-sided that, you know, and all those, the significant strikes. What's a fucking significant strike? Let's start there. A teep like this, that's not a significant strike. A teep is meant to keep somebody away. It's like bop, and then you move and you angle off. That's what a teep's for. So when they're like, oh, he landed that. Jesus, fuck. Don't get me started. Okay, go on, Eric. What you got?
No. I mean, you can make a case that like a jab is more significant than a teep, right?
Yeah, because it's, I mean, there's different types of jab. There's a jab like this. There's a boom jab. There's a jab off.
But I'm backing your point. The teep can't be considered a.
Yeah, the teep can't do anything. Like, he's touching him, but there's no power among. I mean, and here's the thing too. Costa is running backwards, so all that energy that Sean's put in those teeps, and Sean's on balance. It's just to keep him at bay at the edge of the void, so he can dictate where he's going, and he's stifling him. It's not a significant strike. So whoever's calling that significant strike probably hasn't fought a day in their life. Like, let me come teep you. Let me teep you. I'm like, did that hurt? I mean, it can hurt if I go boom and I take my whole body into it, but that's not what Sean's doing. Sean's just marching like this. He's not going boom and throwing his body in there and step back and looking to do anything, right? So, yeah, 100, come on. But the judge, he said 49-46 is crazy. He should be fired.
Yeah, and he had another bad scorecard too. Can I ask you about the Kevin Holland submission? Because like he got beautiful. He got rocked and then he subs him, which is like right up your alley in terms of how he was able to transition. But I thought the fight should have been stopped earlier. Like if the arm is broken clearly, stop the fight. The guy can't fight anymore. What do we and credit to Michal for protesting, but I don't know. I just think that like at that point, what are we doing? Like you gotta save the fighter from himself, no?
You know, it's a hard thing because I remember when Chuck Liddell broke Rich Franklin's arm, and then Rich Franklin knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Sure, but it's different when you get like Randy Brown broke his foot. You're in a submission. You're not getting out of that thing with a broken arm, right?
Yeah. So I mean, we gotta look at the rules, right? I mean, it's hard to say, but I agree with you. Like, what was he gonna do with that broken arm? I mean,
he's not even getting out.
Exactly, right? So I mean, I think it was good they stopped it, right? It's like, I mean, there's been so many arm breaks in mixed martial arts where the refs do stop it. I think there was one with Tim Sylvia and I can't remember who he fought, but he broke his arm.
Frank Mir.
He didn't end up tapping. Frank Mir, he broke his arm, and then they were like, oh, Herb Dean, stop it. He goes, like, your arm's broke, dog.
Yeah.
Like, what do you plan on doing? So I think it was good the ref stopped it, but, you know, good stuff from Kevin Holland for being able to transition the fight to the ground, get that beautiful arm bar, and then break it. And I heard him say, he goes, you know, I didn't want to break it, but he wasn't tapping, so I broke it, right? I mean, he gave the guy an option. It's the same thing, you know, when you watch Mikey Misimichi, when he tears everybody's ACL, you know, he fought this one guy, and I was there live, and he just tore everything in his leg, everything. And the ref didn't stop it. And I was like, well, I mean, it is what it is. Granted, you know, I don't think the guy got up. But yeah, so it's kind of like the same lines of that. Like if you break somebody's arm, it's up to, is it the ref discretion? I don't know. I don't know what the rule books say.
So Alan Joban asked Big John McCarthy about this particular sequence on Twitter. Big John responded. This is what he said. What's up, Alan? As a professional fighter, the referee should allow the fighter all the opportunity to extricate themselves from the submission. But if the referee sees a dislocation or a break of the limb, the fight is over. It does not matter if the fighter did not tap. When you look at records and you see winner by, quote, technical submission armbar, it is telling you that the losing fighter allowed the limb to be broken or dislocated. If you see it with a choke, it is telling you that the fighter went unconscious from the sub without tapping. And so here's Big John McCarthy, who helped write the unified rules, who's one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, saying, because to me, I was like, what are you looking at, Herb? Step in there. The fight is done. And then everyone was like, you're a pussy. Oh, let them fight to the death. I'm like, yo, the arm's broken. He's not getting out of that. End it. It's done.
Yeah.
No? Come on.
I mean, you're right there. I mean, let's go back and let's look at dislocation, right? I mean, obviously the arm is broke, so I think we're both agreeing that they should have stopped it, right? But if you look back, when TJ Dillashaw fought, what's his name, Aljamain Sterling, his shoulder dislocated multiple times in the fight, put it back in. Granted, Aljo didn't finish him. You look at Kareem Zombie versus Jose Aldo. I know a lot of the viewers, they don't keep up with all this stuff. When he fought Kareem Zombie's shoulder went out, and then Aldo saw it, so he threw like 5 head kicks. He blocked, took him down. They ended up stopping the fight, I believe, because his shoulder was still dislocated. So I think it's up to the referee's discretion, but I think, there's no sense, allowing somebody to fight with a broken arm. But you look at mixed martial arts, we've seen guys get absolutely beat to living hell in mixed martial arts, and they come back and win. Where if the same fight was in boxing, they'll throw in the talent. Like, they'll throw the talent, or the ref goes, okay, we're done. Like, I'm not going to see any more concussions or CTE. So I think we have a culture in mixed martial arts where it's like, nah, man, it's either, you break it, I didn't tap, I'm still fighting, right? And I think that's what we're having an argument with the fans and everybody else.
Okay, one last one for you. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Considering why they postponed it, do they revisit this, or is this a sign that this should not happen?
I think it's a sign that you have somebody. How old is Mike Tyson?
He's 57, turning 58. By the time the fight was going to happen, he would be 58.
He's 58 years old. I don't know I don't know what his health history is, I guess you can say. And I think the biggest thing is you have someone who's 58 years old trying to push his body to the absolute limit, moving, and I don't know if he's sparring or anything like that. And I love Jake Paul. I just think I would like to see Jake Paul fight. There's so many fucking boxers out there that he can fight and pad his record with. And I understand Mike Tyson is a big name and Netflix wants to do it, but I don't think they should revisit it. I think there's plenty of guys out there that, Jake Paul can fight, and KSI is one of them. He could fight T. Wood again. He could fight Mike Perry, Platinum. He can fight Jorge Masvidal. There's so many guys. He can fight He can fight Anthony Pettis. There's so many guys who are younger than Mike Tyson and a little bit older than him that he can beat that have a big name. But I just think him fighting Mike Tyson, the guy, he's 58. Like, I don't want to see Mike Tyson get hurt. Like, and what for what, right? I mean, that's just my personal opinion, and it's nothing against Jake Paul or Mike Tyson. It's like, there's no reason why him fighting a 58-year-old. Like, I'm sure we can find something. I'm sure Eddie Hearn could find something for Jake Paul to fight. Like, this is like the stupidest fucking thing that's happening right now. It's like, you telling me there's literally nobody out there that can fight Jake Paul that's his age, that has 8-0 as a boxer? Like,
you didn't mention Logan Paul. Are you interested in that?
Why? Why would they fight each other? Logan Paul is just staying in wrestling. He's absolutely amazing in WWE, right? Like, there's no, like, once again, why are we running around this?
Because they want a spectacle. They want something that's an event. They want something big.
Well, if they want something big, get a very good boxer that's really good and have him fight him. Mm-hmm. His skills should sell enough. I'm not here for fucking circus. I'm here for, are you legit or not? Fight a legit boxer who's 8-0. I mean, you have this discussion off air, talking about, like, in mixed martial arts, you fight the best. Even when my first fight in the WC was against Brad Piggin, right? It's like, I could have looked, I don't want to fight Brad Piggin. I want to fight some no names. I lost that fight. Then I came back to fight Nick Pace. In boxing, you said, like, they all had the record. Floyd did it. Canelo did. They all do it. But it's like, why? Like, when we have the discussion that we're like, boxing's in a great time right now because you're seeing the best fight the best. You're going to see Gervonta Davis fight Frank Martin. Not a lot of people know who Frank Martin is, but they're both, I think Frank Martin is undefeated, right? So I think us running around trying to find Jake Paul a guy, let's have a legit boxing promotion like Eddie Hearn give us somebody. Like, hey, who do you think would be a good fight for Jake Paul? Like, who? Like, ask Eddie Hearn that, and let's see if we can get the guy signed on a dotted line and have him fight.
Do you think he beats Mike Perry in a boxing match?
Ooh, man. Bare knuckle fighting? Absolutely not. Let's go there right now.
Boxing.
Okay. You know what? I don't know, because it's boxing rules, right? One of the things that Mike Perry does very well is he puts a lot of damage on his opponents with the bare knuckle, right? And with those gloves, I don't know if he can do the same type of damage, because cutting the face and all that stuff, I don't think he can do that. So, but I think I would watch Mike Perry. I'm more excited to see Mike Perry versus Jake Paul in the boxing match. Netflix, full can sign it. Mike Perry versus Jake Paul. And here's the beautiful thing. Mike Perry, I'm sure bare knuckle fighting will like Mike Perry, absolutely go fight Jake Paul in Netflix. Why not? That's a way better selling fight than Jake Paul fighting Mike Tyson. Let Mike Tyson enjoy his retirement. Don't bring that man back to fighting. Let him enjoy the rest of his life, and let Mike Perry and Jake Paul fight.
Well, I could tell you this. Once the fight fell through, several names were presented to Netflix as replacement opponents to save the date, to save the event. And from what I was told, Netflix was steadfast that their first live boxing event, they wanted to be Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. So they had a handful of names. They were not interested. They want to wait for that and hope to do it in the fourth quarter.
And I think at the end of the day is how involved is Netflix in looking at talent, right? Like, I mean, obviously Mike Tyson is his name, but if they look at Mike Perry, they see what he's been able to do in bare knuckle fighting and see how big his name is and how, I mean, he brings eyeballs, right? I mean, from what I hear, he's doing very well for himself, and he always shows up to fight. There has not been one
the build-up
fight.
would be great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But every single time Mike Perry has fought recently and in the UFC, he's always came to fight. He always shows up to fight. You're guaranteed to get a fight with Mike Perry. And if Mike Perry and Jake Paul were to fight, I guarantee you who's going to be backing up in that fight is going to be Jake Paul, not Mike Perry. Mike Perry's going to come forward 1,000%.
That's a great promo right there. You're the man, DJ. Mighty Cast. You can get it on YouTube. The breakdowns are tremendous. You got the pod as well. What do we got coming this week? Anything you can plug us with?
We got coming this week. Tomorrow, we got Cade Bertolo, who's making his mixed martial arts debut on One Championship. I think he's 167 on Amazon Prime, which is free to all the people out there. If you don't have Amazon Prime, I'm sure your mama's got Amazon Prime. I'm sure your grandma's got Amazon Prime. Download it and watch the free fights. And then you also have Gabriel Souza taking on Mikey Misimichi, the last man to submit Mikey Misimichi in Who's Number One. You also have Tawan Chai, who's doing the main event. So we got the Mighty Cash dropping tomorrow. You get on YouTube, Spotify, Apple. As always. I mean, Aaron, we're gonna do a show, baby. It's just a matter of time, you know.
You and me. By the way, is one getting out of the MMA business? What's going on over here?
No. They're still in the mixed martial arts business. That's why Cade Bertolo is.
Yeah. But it just feels like they're doing a lot more non-MMA than MMA.
Well, you see, this is the thing that makes One Championship so great. It's not a mixed martial arts organization.
Sure.
It's an organization that celebrates martial arts. So it has kickboxing, Muay Thai, submission grappling. It's had boxing matches, and it also has mixed martial arts. And so each time One Championship does something, they want to sprinkle a little bit of everything. When you look at UFC, PFL, Ryzen kind of does it, but Ryzen does kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA. And they've had, like, you know, super fights, like where Kyoji Horiguchi fought, what's that gentleman's name? The kickboxer. I forget his name. He fought Floyd Mayweather. Tension.
Oh,
Tension.
Yeah.
Those two fought, right? But if you look at the landscape, One Championship does it all. Right behind them would probably be Ryzen. They do a little bit of everything. And then you have UFC, PFL, Bellator, where they just stick to mixed martial arts. And then you have boxing, et cetera, et cetera. So big things coming, big things.
By the way, I almost forgot. Congratulations, Mazel Tov on the black belt. I want to take some credit. I bring it up, and then like 2 weeks later, you get it. I bring it up, and then all of a sudden, you get it. You must have knocked someone out in practice to get it. So well done to you.
No.
Can we get you on I want DJ at the Craig Jones Invitational. Can we do that? You see what this guy's doing? This crazy SOB. Can you do that?
Dude, I love what Craig Jones is doing.
Me too.
First, you know, him. You know, here's the thing, too. Like, I've always been a big advocate of athletes making more money. So I don't know if you follow IBJJF, but they just had the World's Championship this weekend. Oh, my God, dude. Amazing matches. Beating Galvoa, Jensen Gomez, openweight division. I know you don't know these guys' names, but these guys are
just because I don't talk about it, like, don't be so insulting. Just what are you talking about?
Hey, babe, hey,
I know everything about everything.
Hey, stay with me now. Stay with me now. Okay, so let's get back to Craig Jones.
Yeah.
Craig CGI, $1 million if you win it. So I can't wait to see him versus Gabby Garcia. That's gonna be a fire match. But I think it's good. I mean, like, why not? I think it's smart. This is my personal opinion. It's smart for athletes to jump ship and go to CGI. I know you want the prestige ADCC, but a lot of these guys don't make money. So if you join CGI, you're getting 10 G's just to do it.
I love it.
Right? That's what you get if you win fucking ADCC, and if you win CGI, you get $1 million, right? And I think him being transparent about it, that even if you win gold at ADCC, that truly does not transfer over for you doing seminars and you haven't made it. But if a guy comes in CGI, a dark horse, and he wins it, he's getting $1 million guaranteed. He's gonna be so far ahead than the guy who wins ADCC 3 fucking times in a row, right? So I mean, it's smart. You got to follow where the money is, and I'm excited. But you know what?
Are you in?
You know, me and Craig Jones, we had some talks here and there.
What?
You know, behind the scenes.
Yo.
But you know, I'm not gonna lie, my leg lock game isn't good enough. I think.
Come on, DJ.
I mean,
super fight.
If I was
do a super fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm on a contract, so I can't be going up doing all this stuff right now. But you know what? I do believe. Hey, Aaron, why you gotta do me like that, baby? Huh? Why you gotta be all sad? Okay.
I want to see you in there. I think you're incredible at this. It's such a gret story. One of the greatest ever. Now transitioning over, you're like MJ going to baseball, but better.
And I also enjoy the gi more. Like, I did do some no gi rounds last Friday, and like, no gi is just so much fucking easier than gi. Like, no gi is like, yeah. But we'll see what happens. Like, I'm in the lab, I'm training, but I'm a big supporter of CGI. I will be there. Craig Jones Invitational. I'll be there live. But as for me competing there, unfortunately, it probably won't happen. Right. But hey, you know what? I'm 38. Oh, I'll be 38 this year. There's always next year. There's the year after. So we'll see. Hopefully, successful event. They got mighty support, and we'll see what happens.
Bro, you could go to 58. That's what everyone's doing.
Yeah. How's Mike Tyson right now?
Oh my God, you're the man, DJ. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Keep up the amazing work.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate your support.
There he is, Demetrious Johnson. What a guy. I mean, between DJ and Eddie today, I mean, I hope you appreciate that we've been subjected to two of the best minds in the history of the game, not to mention two of the best fighters in the history of the game. Okay, so what a day, a fascinating day as well, and a newsworthy day, a lot going on. I wanted to ask Rick, who gave me the assist there with the tweet, as a PR expert, what I think is so interesting about this, and is he available, or am I talking to no one here?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Conor tweets a lot, right?
Yes.
And we get to see unfiltered Conor on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't...
no, this does not look like it was conceived by him.
Yes. So what is as someone who's been in this business from a PR perspective, there's a storm, there's things, there's speculation, there's all kinds of stuff going on. You read that. What's your takeaway?
That whatever the reason that this was actually canceled is something truly sensitive, and he does not want to reveal, right? Like, in most scenarios, there's two approaches that you can take from a PR perspective. One is honesty, truth, openness, like essentially just laying the cards out on the table, right? Bad or good, right? Let's say it's a good thing. Hey, we're going to talk about this successful thing. Bad. Hey, we got caught with our hand in the cookie jar. Mea culpa. Here's what we did wrong, and here's how we're going to improve it. Then alternatively, you can be coy, right? This is coy. This is saying it was canceled for circumstances outside our control, which says nothing, right? We don't know what those circumstances are. You haven't laid them out. And hope that will at least satisfy people to say, okay, all's kind of okay, I guess, and move on, right? You kind of just want it to disappear and for whatever is going on to be rectified or the ducks to fall into a row behind the scenes. So to me, there is some kind of situation that needs to be rectified, or there is something that needs to be done before this presser can be rescheduled, before everybody can feel good about the fight. And as those things are happening behind the scenes, the hope is that there is no leak or somebody able to find out what is happening. and you operate in the shadows. And it's a viable strategy. If nothing comes out, then and he is there fighting on June 29th, then viable strategy.
You know, like I said to DJ, the fact that June 29th was not in the tweet, you know, like I'll see you in Vegas on June 29th. I don't.
I'll say,
go ahead.
I wouldn't read it too much into what's not there by omission. And the only reason I say that is because it's clear he wants to say as little as possible, right? Like, it is clear that he wants to say nearly nothing on the matter, and everybody involved wants to say nearly nothing on the matter, right? The UFC released that statement at midnight, the day of, or midnight here in the US, but now it's already the day that it is happening there in Ireland. And it doesn't say why, right? So everybody involved here is trying to say as little as possible. So I almost feel like if we're reading too much into what's not being said, that's kind of intentional. There is not something being said intentionally. So it's hard to then parse, because then you could say anything, right? Then we get into the speculation game. Then we get into it's very hard. What's more interesting is like what will be said, because this is Conor McGregor fighting in less than a month's time. There will be some time where he has to appear in front of a camera. Dana White has to appear in front of a camera. There will need to be something said.
Yeah.
That is more than this, and that will happen shortly. That's where it's going to get fascinating. If they can sort out whatever issue is preventing this from happening between now and then no harm, no foul. Nobody can even be the wiser. Everything can proceed as planned, but it's a very fascinating thing, especially due to the time frame.
This is Michael Chandler 5 minutes ago. Quote, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Martin Luther King Jr., walk on, see you at the top. I mean, they're telling
Michael Chandler.
Well, they're telling. I mean, there's
Something is happening.
Yeah, of course. And I've tried to tell you as much as I can, but you know, it was interesting. Eddie Alvarez saying, like, you know, whenever I know what I'm going to do, or, you know, I'll tell you either on the record or off the record. I hope you all understand this is the life since day one. You are told things on the record, off the record, all day and long. And I wouldn't be sitting here. I wouldn't have relationships with those guys. I wouldn't have relationship that span over 10 years now with the DJs and the Eddies of the world if when you said something to me off the record, I didn't keep it off the record, keep it in the vault. And that's why, not to beat the dead horse, but I saw some people replying to some of the videos regarding this and me explaining that. That's why the 199 thing and the stuff that was, you know, said afterwards, that they tried to say, the lies afterwards, always annoyed me, because no one ever told me anything off the record regarding Brock Lesnar. The people that told me about Brock Lesnar had nothing to do with the UFC. They had to do with the fight and the fighters. And so you don't think when I was working for Fox, I remember when they were announcing, I think it was Conor versus RDA, which ended up being Nate Diaz. They were going to break it on a football broadcast in November or December for a March fight. And I had it for like 2 weeks, and I was told you can't report it. So that's just the life. And trust me, I wanted to report yesterday that the presser wasn't happening. But when someone says it's off the record, it has to stay off the record. I know I've talked about this a gazillion times, but there's a lot of new people who, you know, were in second grade back in June of 2016. Actually, I think it's 8 years ago tomorrow. So I do feel like it's worth bringing that up. As a reporter, if you are told something off the record, you keep it that way. And guess what? If you don't, you're not going to last very long. You'll be done very, very quickly. You'll never talk to anyone. You'll never get any information. You'll be done. Or you'll just be known as, like, you know, that guy. And, you know, to me, that's not a great place to be in. It's not a good position. It's not a good reputation to have. So let's see what happens here.
Can I just say one more thing to clarify my thoughts? I had an extra second to compose myself, think about it.
Sure.
The active strategy to say nothing, what that tells you is the alternative, the telling of what it is, would cause some kind of what is they would perceive as negative response, right? If what is the truth of the matter is something that would create what they would deem a response that they don't want, then you say nothing. Then you say less. Then you retract, you withdraw, and you again, try work behind the scenes, figure out whatever is going on, and then when the time is right, then you can come forward. But they've taken the strategy, they've taken the course that to say nothing is better than to say the thing that it is, and so.
Well,
all
they
the
haven't
time.
quite said nothing, right? Like I thought it would just be silence. So at least they've addressed it, and I think the people that were
They had to cancel a press conference.
Yeah, exactly. So at least I think that was the fair thing to do. But yes, they haven't given the full explanation, and I do think the vagueness. And to me, the most glaring thing there is, I'll see you June 29th. That doesn't exist, and that's ultimately. Look, by tomorrow, no one cares about the press conference. All the world wants is for this fight to happen on June 29th. The story isn't the press conference. The story is why the press conference was canceled, and if that affects June 29th. And right now, there's still no answer to that question, right? So this is a fascinating story that is going to continue to develop. Let's transition to a topic we didn't talk about. So Friday, we're getting ready for the road show, the live show, and J-Pack, what a time it was. And we get word maybe an hour before that Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson has either been postponed or canceled. There's that word again. Interesting thoughts from Nate Diaz. Why was I thinking about Nate Diaz? Maybe that was 2-3 fights ago. From Demetrious Johnson. And I was going to talk about this when we spoke about it, but I mentioned it to DJ. Several names were presented, and what I'm told is Netflix wants that to be the first one. They're very adamant about this. Now, there's unfortunate subplots here. Number one, everyone who bought tickets, of course, it's unfortunate. I feel, Amanda versus Katie to me was the fight of the night. I want to see that rematch. I know there's some reports that it might happen in Germany. I don't think that's true. And so let's see, do they wait? Do they now go their separate ways? It's a bit of a mess. That to me was the fight to save. The rest, Till versus Chavez, these are great fights, but like that's a historic fight and a historic rematch. And there was, it was interesting. We were talking on Friday after the show, like, can they salvage this? Can they salvage the Netflix event? Because I do understand to a degree, Netflix doesn't want just any other fight. They want an event. Is there anything that could come close to this that would rival how big the Tyson fight became and the amount of people that were talking about it? Like I said, people were coming up to me in the most random places, kids' soccer games, school, wanting to talk about this. And the conclusion that we came to was no. And then on Saturday, or maybe it was late Friday, early Saturday, I saw these tweets between Logan and Jake, and I was like, well, is that big enough? Could that be an event? And I looked into it and I thought, is this just them trying to drum up interest? But I'm told that was actually bandied about. And I have maintained for a very long time that this is a fight that is going to be seriously considered at some point. Does it ultimately happen? I don't know. But I think it's much more than just a gimmick between them or just like, them trying to troll. And so I and not trying to speak out of turn here, Rick, you did say they need to scrap this, right? They cannot go back to this well. Is that accurate?
I came out very strongly when it was announced, feeling that it was a brilliant move, like vociferously defending the idea that this fight would take place. I no longer feel that way. And I don't say that from the perspective of, I'm not condemning it either. I'm not saying like, oh, if this happens, it's a travesty, it's a tragedy. I'm not going that direction either. But my interest in this fight is significantly diminished. It has waned. And I don't think from a optics perspective, we just kind of talked about like the optics of the Conor McGregor press conference and all this. From an optics perspective, they're in a very difficult position because there are people, while I recognize I had my opinion on it, I think I was in the minority, right? And I think most of us here were on the same page. Like, fight's fine, let's do the fight. Many more voices were concerned. Mike Tyson is at an advanced age. Don't want to see it. You guys are sending him to the gallows. You're going to kill him. There were many more voices saying that. In this moment, even though it has not been confirmed that that's the case, it has all but been confirmed. Now the people who are saying this is a real health concern for Mike Tyson and we're concerned about his health and you guys are doing him a disservice, this moment where he needed medical attention and has this issue and it is now going to cause this fight to get further delayed and who knows till when, it is confirming that line of thinking. It is providing fuel to the fire, adding to that idea that has been presented. I just don't think you can do it now. I just don't think you can do it and not face dire kind of pushback and blowback and consequences for it.
What do you think, GC?
Yeah, pretty much what Rick said. I think we were together.
Yeah, we were
when it got postponed.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's he's up there in age, and the fact that it's having to get postponed not because of he broke his hand in training or something like that, like a training related injury. The fact that it's something that he was just trying to go about daily tasks, and it was to do with an ulcer. I don't know. I just don't know if it's worth postponing to a later date. It just feels like the PR on it is past gone now.
Is there anything that comes to mind for you guys that could equal this? That clearly we know what Netflix is looking for here. They're looking for an event, right?
Yeah, as big as it gets. Like, I can't think of anything that's going to be as big as Tyson. Just how the aura around him, how famous he is, how many generations know who he is and are interested in what he has to do. I don't know if you're going to find anything that big.
There's no name that would be equivalent because of how out of left field. The sell of this fight was, I cannot believe that this is real. That's the reason all our people in our lives who don't follow combat sports are asking us about it. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, like, it just has that effect. There are names that could be big. There are names that would be worth putting a fight on Netflix, right? Obviously, Conor McGregor, not going to happen, but Conor McGregor. I think Logan Paul is a big enough.
Are you interested in that?
I am. I always have been.
I'm
real drama
quite interested in it.
You'll also get a ton of people interested in it too, because they'll sell it.
I think Logan versus Jake is Netflix worthy. I think Logan versus Jake.
The problem you'll run into is Logan Paul is now at this point a WWE superstar, and you start to run into work, shoot, fixed fight type situations. That is a problem, right? If you're trying to put on a legitimate boxing product and one half of your event is a current championship, as he hold the belt, I don't know anymore. If he's holding the belt,
US.
Okay, so a championship WWE superstar, that's a problem for a boxing fight. That's a big problem in my estimation. So while I'm intrigued by it, there's some issues with that come with that one. Floyd Mayweather versus Jake Paul, I think, would be a big fight. That would be a big enough
size
fight.
difference. I know Logan.
That's
fought
okay.
him too.
He fought Logan, who's bigger.
Okay, so can I just say, the idea of two brothers fighting is not something that I would advocate for, but they're the ones who are advocating for it. And there's been tension between them, and there's been jealousy, and there's been moments. And I think the build would be insane. Now, is it worth it? Does it ruin their family? Does it?
I don't think it would, because also on the flip side of all of this, like, you could say there'd be heat, there'd be drama, but a lot of people would be like, well, aren't you just doing this because the Tyson fight fell through? Doesn't this all just feel like
that's a great point?
Manufactured? That's
a fantastic point, and this is why I think if they did go down that path, and as of now they're not, while it was, like I said, it was discussed this weekend, I don't think you should do it on July 20th, because then it just seems like a quick fix replacement for Tyson. It has to be its own date, its own story, its own thing. And I also think July 20th is pretty soon. But I personally think it's big enough for Netflix. Brother versus brother. How, like,
I guess what is like the bar, like Tom Brady got a live roasting event on Netflix. Like, is that the standard?
I mean, he's a huge name. I don't know if they consider a Mike Perry big enough. I would love to. I'm all in. I would love to see that fight, but do they think it's big enough? I don't know.
I don't know. For like the mainstream. I had like elderly women on random planes asking me about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson.
By the way, I don't think you will recapture that even with Logan Paul. I do not think you will capture
you wouldn't.
The casual audience in that way. You will get a lot more of the young demographic. You will get a lot more people interested from that perspective, but you will not recapture the what the hell is this?
It's such a spectacle. What is going on? My parents asked me about it.
I do think
that's how
honestly, I think there's two options that are closest. I don't think I think Logan versus Jake is pretty darn big, because
I think it's very significant.
And the other one is, and you guys are going to scoff at it, but if you're thinking mega event, blah, blah, it's Jake and Canelo.
I'm not going to scoff at that.
I mean, you talk about another fight that could probably sell at AT&T Stadium, it's probably that one.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
I mean, any like mega star in combat sports, I think would be, you know, a Floyd Mayweather, a Canelo, a Conor McGregor.
I think the Canelo
would
fight's
be a
way
good
bigger than the Floyd fight.
replacement.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
yeah, because
Floyd's at a different.
Yeah, and Canelo's still very active.
Floyd has just kind of watered down the brand. It's not special anymore.
Yes.
He's fighting, you know, dudes like.
Yeah, I mean, it's been almost 7 years since his last.
But when he fought
professional fight.
Logan, it was like, okay, he was just removed. It was 2019, if my memory serves me correct, and his Conor fight was 2017. Now look at some of the people that he's fought. You know, he's fighting Deji. With all due respect. And by the way, can I just say one thing if I can, please? Because all of a sudden when this all kicked off on Friday going to Saturday, once again we saw the reigniting of the KSI Jake Paul feud. And I didn't expect DJ, by the way, to break that one out. So well played, DJ. Here's the thing about that. That to me is item number one. Now, I don't know if it's Netflix worthy. I don't really know like how we're going to distinguish all of this. That to me is number one. And now I'll repeat what I said in August of last year before the Nate fight. Shame on everyone involved for not making this fight, because now you can really no longer say that, you know, we're the place who makes the fun fights. Influencer boxing is making the fun fights, because we are getting in the real world of boxing Fury Usyk. And we already have the name, the rematch. We were supposed to just get Beterbiev Bivol this weekend, and now we have the new date, October 12th. Every single weekend, we're getting big fight after big fight. We're getting promoters working together. And now you two entities and everyone involved needs to get on the same page to figure this out. But like these two behemoths can't figure it out, but everyone else could figure it out. Come on, enough with this. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, yes, is this a real thing? And then I see, oh, we're haggling over 5 pounds. We're haggling over the time frame. Like, come on, guys. This is the fight. This is the fight. Everyone knows it's the fight. And it's been going on for way too damn long. What are we doing? Well, we're going to see KSI versus Amir Khan. All right, whatever. That's fine. It's okay. It's great. You know, it's different. It's a little more interesting than him fighting the dude he fought last year. What was his name with the elbow?
Forgot his name, yeah.
It's interesting. But that's the fight. It feels like we're dillied out. Like, isn't that the biggest one? That one sells out Wembley. No?
It's the biggest
No,
one.
I agree.
It's just so frustrating that
no
for
one
those
remember
two
that guy's
guys,
name.
it's the for
do you remember his name?
those two, it's the biggest
No,
one.
I don't.
Fuck. It's just so it gets on my nerves a little
Joe
bit because
something? Wasn't it Joe?
no, Joe Wheeler, or was it Fournier?
It is Joe though, right? Joe
Joe Fournier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. It's like every time we get the tweets and stuff, it's like you are acting like the guys that you said would never make the fights, and now those guys are making the fights. It gets tiresome.
They got into the business. That's the problem.
Yeah, they got into the business.
They became businessmen. They became promoters, and that's an issue. That is the crux.
Back and forth. It's just like, just figure it out.
Canelo versus Jake Paul is a viable fight. I don't see any problem with that. It's a spiritual successor to like a Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather. I'm okay with that fight. I don't think that's.
You think
horrible.
Canelo would do it?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I do. Are you
All right.
crazy? Yes.
What's your thought behind that, Ariel? Just enough money?
Yes.
Get him to do anything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm in.
And you have to think
Netflix
from
has the
Canelo's,
money to pay for it, so let's do it.
Look,
you also
Canelo's
have
not
to
going
think from like Canelo's point of view. He's just like cakewalk of a fight, get a ton of money,
I mean,
win.
Canelo's in his like 65th fight he just had. And
Yes, yeah, I think he has like 62 professional wins.
Okay, so which are you choosing? David Benavidez, so that all the kids on Twitter who say that you're ducking Benavidez are happy? Or are you choosing Jake Paul, who is nowhere near as accomplished as Benavidez and tough, for probably a lot more money and a bigger stage, a bigger platform, seen by more people? Like, I can understand why he would do that. I'm not saying that the Benavidez fight is not as. I mean, of course, I would love to see Canelo
It's an
Benavidez,
unbelievable
but
fight.
from a business standpoint, I could understand why he would explore it. Not saying it's being explored right this second, but I wouldn't be shocked if at some point it is.
Why wait? Like, couldn't that have been on the table before? Why now? Is my only question about Canelo versus Jake Paul. Jake Paul's been saying his name for 3 years. This could have happened anytime.
Nah,
Why
I think
now?
because Canelo's getting older.
Okay. I just I don't know anything about Canelo's motivations.
Also,
That's
Netflix is a thing now, and it wasn't a thing 3 years ago. It's one thing to
look,
fight
if
him on.
Netflix comes and quadruples his purse, I would
Exactly.
understand him doing it.
Yeah, like that. I feel like that's That's the way Netflix just unloads an ungodly amount of money on Canelo. I feel like other than that, he's not doing it.
But you guys feel like if they reignite this Tyson fight, it will be.
I just feel like you just move on from it.
The suspicions of the people who were concerned about Mike Tyson's health have been confirmed, and that is a bad spot to be in. I would not do it.
What's stopping it from happening again, like another postponement occurring?
Well, that I'm not even as concerned about because
You mean like a health thing?
If they postpone it, that's fine. But
Yeah,
now,
so they postpone it till October, and then another health thing happens, and it's just like, how long are we gonna wait?
No, they're not going to wait again. But my point is, if he steps into the ring and something gravely bad does happen to him, there was a warning sign. There was a red flag along the way where maybe he shouldn't have been in here, and you blew by that. There was a stop. There was a stop sign. There was a red light, and you said, "We're not considering that, and we're just going to trudge forward." Now you're in real trouble. Now
It has to give you pause. It has to give you pause now, right? Like, because now there's a lot more eyeballs on, and there were a ton, but it's like there are flags.
Cannot do it.
Yeah. So let's see what happens.
Do you think they're still going to do it?
The plan as of right now is this is what Netflix wants.
I think they're still going to do it.
Oh, does it? I mean, are you asking me? Do I think they're going to try to do it, or does it actually happen?
Do you think they're going to reschedule the bout for an official date and move forward with it?
I think they're going to try to do that. Does it ultimately get over the line to the point where we're doing a press conference again and all that? I think right this second, if you ask everyone involved, like, yeah, we're going to try to do this Q4.
All right, let me ask like a yes or no. Does it get booked again, official date, everything signed, sealed, delivered? Like,
Too hard to say.
Where
I could only talk about their intentions right now, but like, who knows what medical issue pops up tomorrow, or you know. I think that's the more important answer. The more important answer is they're not walking away from this. You know,
the most important party involved in all this is Netflix, and Netflix said we want it. So
yeah, I think it does. Out of
hard to
pure
spit in the face
speculation.
of
You think it actually happens?
No,
Or at least
I don't
try
know
to
if it
book it.
happens.
Yeah.
I think they get like a new December 11th, November 15th, whatever it may be. Like, and they're just like, yep, that's when we're doing it again.
Yep. No, I understand that. Yeah, let's see. By the way, I said the best card of the Saturday that just passed, June 1st, was the 5 versus 5. I know you guys were busy doing a whole bunch of stuff. Did you get a chance to watch? There was some great stuff on there.
Bits and pieces, yeah.
Deontay,
saw
man.
most of it. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
tough
the
knockout.
Deontay, that was wild. The Nick Ball fight was great.
Nick Ball fight was amazing.
Big underdog win.
Queensberry winning 10-0 against Eddie Hearn. I got to give Eddie Hearn and Matchroom a lot of credit. They you know, like they handled it very well. Like the tweets were
Eddie
funny.
was great.
Eddie was, you know, even afterwards, it was great. Yeah, the plane video with Frank. I thought it was a big mistake to make Deontay Wilder the captain, because in the format, the captain gets 2 points. So to put it all on him, but it was, you know what? I felt going into Saturday like it was starting to feel a little contrived, and then once and manufactured. But once the card started, I think they did a good job of playing it up, and the card was good, and the matchups were fun, and there were no real stinkers. I know Zhang and Wilder at first wasn't amazing, but Wilder still has that power to the point where you're like, okay, something can happen, and Zhang is such a beast. Daniel Dubois just blew me away. I've always had a soft spot for Daniel Dubois. Ever since during the pandemic, I remember watching him fight Joe Joyce in that empty ballroom in like November of 2020, I think it was, on BT. And people accused him of quitting when his eye was completely messed up. He broke his orbital. And I always thought that was so unfair. And then in 2021, I interviewed him because he was on the Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley card. And there was something, he's a little bit shy and a little bit timid and unsure of himself. And I was like, I felt bad for him. I felt like people kicked him while he was down. And he's really built himself back up. I know he lost to Usyk in August, but he beat Big Baby Miller. And now this performance against Hrgovic, who was right in line there to get the IBF interim and then to fight AJ. And now I feel like the fight to make is AJ versus Dubois, the All-England clash at Wembley in September. I think September 21st is the date that they've earmarked. So I actually love it. I actually love the fight. I think the fight is great.
Have the exact same feelings on you, down to the thought the gimmick of 5 versus 5 was getting silly and stupid, and then by the time it came down to Eddie Hearn needs 2 knockouts in these fights, I was like, All right, let's see what happens here. I got into it. So yeah, and Dubois versus Joshua is the fight to make. That's the fight.
The only part that I don't like about it is I'm afraid that, you know, AJ maybe slips on a banana peel, loses to him, and I think he could obviously beat him by way more than a banana peel, and then we lose out on the, you know, imagine Dubois beats AJ and then Fury beats Usyk, and now all of a sudden we've just lost it again.
I think Joshua versus Fury is going to happen no matter what.
Regardless.
No matter who comes out. Now that Undisputed is kind of going to be fractured and all those things, that fight will happen. That fight will happen.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet if it happens. I don't know. I don't know if it even needs them on a winning streak. It would be nice.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It does not matter. Look, Undisputed was Usyk and Fury, and that story happened. And now who knows if going back into it, it will happen again. But that's done now. We're good. We've seen it. History was made. We can move on. Belts can go to whoever holds them, whatever the governing bodies want to decide to do with them. Fury versus Joshua in Wembley. Get it done. And I don't think they need to be on winning streaks to have it happen.
We've done it all. No, we haven't. We still have one more thing to do. Let us hear from our good friends over at DraftKings. Yeah. Guys, NBA Finals starting, and congratulations to, and commiserations, I should say, to the Dallas Stars and to our Dallas Stars superfan. Frank, how are you handling the loss yesterday to the Edmonton
It was
Oilers?
brutal. Honestly, watching Edmonton be able to penalty kill and having Dallas just not, shot after shot, none of them landing. But they'll be back next season.
34-10 on shots. Lowest amount of shots in a playoff win in NHL history.
Is that true? Wow.
Yeah, tied for it.
By the way, you had that stat ready way too quickly.
We talked about it.
Because I watched the entire game.
Who are we rooting for? Can we root for the Oilers to win, to break the streak?
Yeah, I want Canada to get a
1993. I was in fifth grade when the Canadians
I was
won.
not even born.
Jeez Louise. It would be nice. Classic Canadian team. Oilers. Connor McDavid is so good. A lot of people were saying, oh, this is bad for ABC, but I don't know. McDavid getting the shine. I guess it's not a big market, but Florida, they play in Fort Lauderdale. Florida can't win. Enough of this. Anyway, we've got the Mavs and Celtics. Who are we rooting for on this one? I don't even know.
In Celtics Mavs?
Yeah.
Mavs.
I mean, I know Joe's going for the Celtics, but
yeah, Mavs.
I like Luka. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
Mavs,
KP, I like
sure.
Mavs. All right, fine. Well, Frank, I know you like to clip this off, so we could start right here. How about this? I don't know if you know this, Frank, but we are this close to crowning an NBA champ. And with the action heating up on the court, it's even hotter at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Basketball Association. With same-game parlays, live betting, odds boost, and so much more. Don't miss out as the NBA postseason winds down. Who's the favorite as of right this second? Probably the Celtics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been the favorite for a while. And if you're new to DraftKings, by the way, you got to check this out. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code TheMMAR. That's code TheMMAR for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY. Text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. dkng.co/bball for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right. So it was a great weekend. How did the Pals do? We're back?
We're back.
Yeah, you know yourself.
Boys are back in town.
Yeah.
Big dub. I think that's 4 of the last 5. And if you take a peek down in the bottom right corner, we are aggressively close to going back into the black here. Down less than a unit all time. Everyone pulled their weight, and we got ourselves a dub. Feels good, man. Feels good.
I love it. Look at you guys rolling.
You want to join us?
No, I'm good. I just love living vicariously. I feel like the vibes are high. I feel like the mojo is rolling right now. Now, what about you? Did you kill it?
Well, also, I feel like everyone's bought in. I got a message as soon as it went green from Juliana Pena.
She texted you.
Woo! Yeah.
She's locked in.
Oh, she's locked in. She was watching it. I think as soon as Strickland Costa hit that over 1.5 on Rick's pick, she was
I love it.
locked in.
Are we still DMing or have we moved to texting?
Still DMing. I'm waiting on you to send me over the contact info, and then we can transfer.
Who, me? What do you mean? I've given you her phone number.
Somewhere in here.
What are you talking about? I gave it to you in November when you guys were planning the.
Oh yeah. I didn't save it then.
Oh, okay. So, but what you said then is inaccurate because you said you were waiting for me to give you the info.
Yeah. I need it again though.
Okay, perfect.
I think last time around I was like, if you just send me the contact info, I'll get it, fixed up. Just never got it.
Okay, perfect.
How did I do?
Yes.
Here are the singles. 0-4 there. Parlay. We hit the parlay.
Yeah.
Parlay, baby. 0-4 on the singles. I went with my heart. Dustin, Paolo, close but no cigar. Thought I was going to see a better performance from Cesar Almeida. Roman Coppola, very smart to go to the wrestling. And then Morono Price. It was almost like Alex Morono was fighting at elevation. Like he was just dog tired. Thought I'd see a finish there. So yeah, nice 0-4. But I didn't bet much. All those bets were much smaller. So down a couple units, still down on the year. Still up big all time. So it's all good. It's all good. It is what it is. But I do have a few big I was about to say big shitters, big hitters to shout out.
Yeah. Hey, who's in for a road trip to Philly for the Boots Ennis fight?
Yeah, I just saw a great promo from Matchroom. A little Always Sunny styling to it.
They're so good.
Stuff.
My
Good
God,
stuff, man.
Alex Haynes, he's the man.
All right, shout out to my guy Nabosa. Sony 91, I think is the name. I just love these tickets that get sent to me that are in foreign currency. This is in Serbian dinars. I don't know how you pronounce that, but yes, Serbian bet here. He went with Islam by submission, Sean Strickland, Kevin Holland in round 1, and Jelton in round 1. Plus 9,006. Nailed it. Turn it from 1,000 dinar, which is close to an American dollar. So he's betting pretty big, into 9,062. So shout out to him. Another guy who just nailed it, Evan Mazzotti. Islam Makhachev to win by submission in round 5, plus 2,200, right on the nose. He got it. Jason Novak. Shout out to Novak Djokovic. Came back from down 2-1 today. But Jason Novak also hit some great bets. Plus 11,364, $10 into over 1,100. Another 8-leg and 7-leg parlay, both at over plus 2,000. So just on fire on Saturday night for our guy Jason. Camo Guap, the Guap star, plus 10,655. Andre Lehman by points. Ailín Pérez by points. Jake Matthews by points. Grant Dawson by points. Randy Brown by points. Over 2.5 in the co-main. Guy knew that it wasn't going to be a violent night over at the Rock, and he nailed it. Turned $5 into 537. Couple more here. Our man Refused to Lose 2. Cello Mello hits a plus 12,560 and a plus 17,613. Turns a total of $12.50 into $2,000. That's a good night at the office. That is a good night at the office. And I have to do the bad beat of the week. Our man Willie Can't Read, plus 29,087, 12-leg parlay. He goes 11 of 12. The only one he missed was Paulo Costa. Would have turned $5 into 1,500.
Wow.
That hurts.
Damn.
That hurts. And then lastly,
maybe he was the guy who scored it for Costa.
This might be the Dave Torelli.
Yeah.
Might be him. Lastly, it's not a bet, but it is a big hitter. Our guy Nico Hamer, I believe it's pronounced, he hit us up the other week in On the Nose and asked about watching the Poirier fight on his wedding night. You know, getting the boys together. How much should he watch? Should he watch the prelims? He updated me, sent me a picture, got married. Congratulations to him. And he had all the boys in the back, the whole wedding party, rocking the diamond Brick City shirts. Unfortunately, didn't get the result he wanted, but
that's awesome.
Seems like it all went well. So congrats to our guy Nico, man.
I love that.
A married man now.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, the only thing that would have been...
Oh, could you imagine all the groomsmen in the Brick City Diamond Poirier shirts, and then they get it done? Would have been too perfect.
Might have overshadowed the wedding.
Well,
yeah, he would have said it was the greatest night of his life for the rest of his life, not talking about the wedding.
Right.
Then he drops the mic.
Easy for us to say, easy for anyone to say. I don't think Dustin Poirier has anything to be ashamed of. What a performance.
Of course not, dude.
And he has really turned into a superstar. You know, like he wasn't always that guy. And he has an aura about him. He is so beloved. You were there, Rick. The whole card was built around him and his story. He was the guy in New Jersey. He has no connection to Newark, to New Jersey, to the East Coast. Really, I mean, he's a Louisiana boy. And it's amazing to see the fighter that he's become. Like I remember when he first came in, and he didn't really promote himself as much. He was the guy who didn't believe in Conor McGregor, who poked Conor McGregor bear, and he didn't show up in that fight, and it didn't go his way, and it was devastating. And then he built himself back up, and then he gets knocked out by Michael Johnson. He builds himself back up, and then he's just had these wars against some of the greatest fighters in lightweight history. And when I saw that clip that the director of Fightful sent me Saturday morning, Michael Tucker, about his dream to become lightweight champion, you couldn't help but feel like, man, he is just going to lay everything out there. He is just going to put it all out on the line. And he did that. I mean, the run is just unbelievable, the names that he has fought, and he's beaten a lot of them. So nothing to be ashamed of. One of the all-time greats, a champion in life. And I hope that he is holding his head up high. Some quick pick. Oh, go ahead.
I would just say, not to say that it would not be better not to say that it wouldn't be better if Dustin had won the championship, but what you said there about him being a champion in life is the important part, right? Sometimes the fairy tale does not come true, right? It was set up for Dustin Poirier to have this moment and to quote unquote finish the story and be victorious in here and finally get it done. I faced adversity so many times and now I've finally done it and overcome. Guess what? Life, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And Dustin's story can be just as inspiring to so many people out there because it didn't go that way. It did not have the fairy tale ending. And guess what? He's still one of the best fighters of all time, highly regarded by his peers, hopefully financially sound with all the different businesses he's doing and the money he's made throughout his career. It's not a bad thing to be Dustin Poirier. It's awesome. It would be awesome to be Dustin Poirier. So to me, that's the takeaway is like, yeah, sometimes the fairy tale doesn't happen that way. It doesn't play out like the movie version of it would play out. But guess what? The man did every damn thing you could possibly do. And has a beautiful family, has businesses. Like, that's the story.
Yeah, I'm sort of in awe of him because of like how entrepreneurial he is while still being an active. You know what I mean?
They went to a commercial break at one point during the prelims, and it was a Dustin Poirier Bud Light commercial straight into a Toyo Tires Dustin Poirier commercial, and then back to the fights. And they were just like, coming up our main event, Dustin Poirier. I'm just like, man, this guy is getting paid out, dude.
Yeah, good for him because he's the type of guy that you do want to have in your commercial if you're Bud Light or
and he was doing a sponsored post on the day of. He's obviously got the hot sauce. I mean, the merch is going well, as we saw. This whole wedding party got shirts. I had a shirt. I would imagine he got paid handsomely for this fight as well. Like I
hope that dude that the shirts that he wears with that guy, I hope that guy's paying him too, because like I now always think of him in that shirt. You know what I'm talking about? Like the short sleeve, like floral.
Yeah, like the floral Hawaiian.
He always like links to a guy.
First thing he did when arriving at the post-fight press conference is set up the hot sauce, handed out some boxes to do some promo. Oh yeah,
I love it.
Dustin knows what he's doing, man.
He definitely knows what he's doing, and like you said, man, like that it was. Without winning, like it was a great performance, and like we got to see, like he had moments in that fight that, like, if you were cheering for Dustin Poirier, you got really excited. Like it definitely would have been a letdown. Like obviously, Islam dominated that first round. Like, but had he been able to sink in a choke and like that was it, just like a first round finish, it would have been much more disappointing. But I mean, he put on a very valiant effort against one of, if not the best fighters on the entire planet. So yeah, it was fun to watch on Saturday.
And ultimately, as much as I love pro wrestling, this is what separates MMA from pro wrestling. Like with Cody
That's
last
what makes
year.
the fairy tales so special when they actually do happen, because they're so rare.
Of course. And that's okay. Cody losing last year, you almost feel robbed. You feel cheated. Here, you're just like, man, you didn't get it, but like, holy shit, you are the man. No one could do that. You're 35. How many fights has he had? 50, he said, with some of the fights that haven't been counted for. And like, you did that against Islam, against the number one guy in the world. You were able to survive that first round and then keep on coming. Your broken nose, you're injured, ACL. I heard that he was dealing with other stuff as well, that he could talk about if he wants from a health standpoint. So yeah, much respect for him. I just wanted to end with some of the other photos from our great night in Newark on Friday. Our friend One Lens in China, Susan, was there. Oh, there we are with Kayla. How nice is that? Oh, there I am. This is the closest I'll ever look to Jerry Seinfeld. I don't know why I think of Jerry Seinfeld in this moment, or any great comedian. Like, this looks like I'm doing a comedy set, right?
Yeah, to me, this is just a great photo. I mean, the
Okay,
lighting, the rule of thirds, the black, the looking out into the crowd. You can't see anyone beyond you. Black and white. It's great. It's a great pick.
Yeah, she's great. Susan, I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly. Lungus? Is it Lungus? Rick, do you know?
Isn't it Plungus?
It's Plungus. It's Plungus. I can't read. She worked on Ariel and the Bad Guy in the Bristol studio in Ops. She sent me an email, very reminiscent to an email I got from one young New York Rick back in the day, and said, "Can I just shoot this for you?" And so that's why, my friends, it always pays to shoot your shot. Armin Tarukian, great stuff there. DC, gracing us with his presence. Nice little surprise. DC shock face. I don't know.
I really
want to
know what you were saying.
Yeah, I don't recall. I need to work on my posture.
You've been saying that for a while, man.
I know.
Birthday coming up, I'm gonna get you a back brace for your birthday.
Jeez, it's that bad?
Just something to correct it. Like when I was growing up, I had like a little thing you'd clip onto your elbow when you were shooting a basketball to like give you the correct form. I'll just give you something to where like you can't slouch.
All right. Sitting in this chair. Is that it? Are those all?
Oh no. We got a few more here.
Yeah. Oh, there's DC. Yeah, just look at it. I mean, it's a classy set. Got the carpet. We're chatting away. I mean, 450 people. Last show 150 is not bad. Pretty much a sellout. All proceeds went to the Good Fight Foundation. Armin having a great time. Holding court. The boys are in the back. Wanted to end with the crescendo. There's the Chama. I wanted 3-Pac and the Parlay Boys to be up there. Frank on the 1s and 2s, just crushing it. We had Joe and Alex in attendance. Andy, we missed you. Aljo and Al wearing the 3-piece. The LI boys.
Yeah, you with the double breasted. I saw someone trying to give you some shit
some
for
dude's
that.
like, why the double breast with the check shirt? Like, why not? Because I fucks with it. That's why.
That's the answer.
I fucks with it. All right. And that's it. All right, a great time. It was a great time.
It was a great show.
Yeah, that was cool. Everyone did incredible work, and I appreciate it very much. All right, time to go, my friends. I've had to go to the bathroom since like 1:15, just for the record. So I'm getting a little older.
Is that why you were chugging that bottle of water?
Oh yeah, I was just trying to offset it.
Does that work?
I don't know. Yeah, shout out to our guy over at God. Why did I open up this can of worms? Because I'm not going to. Gunner Woodworks, our man Gunner Woodworks, who made these for us. Yeah, you know yourself, Frankie. I couldn't help but notice you had one too.
Yeah, I have the black one.
Did you intercept the package that was supposed to be for me?
I don't have to answer that.
So, where will we stand on Wednesday when we're back? What's the status? This is now.
I want to know.
Yes.
About Serrano and Taylor.
Yes.
I don't even care. Like, you know what? Mike Tyson feel better.
I'm
Jake,
surprised
I love you.
I'm surprised you didn't chime in and say.
Well, it's
Serrano Taylor on Netflix.
That should be on Netflix.
Funniest part is before the show, I told him I was just like, you got to bring up how bad you want Serrano and Taylor, and he's like, for sure.
I wanted my own moment. That's now.
You wait till the music
outro.
hits. Yeah. By the way, that's the biggest fight on the card. From a pure pugilistic standpoint, that's the one. And now what I'm worried is if the Netflix money isn't there, do they just go their separate ways and does it become like...
Don't even speak that into existence.
Yeah. It's become the what if fight. Anyway, a great day was had. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us. Thank you to Eddie Alvarez, Randy Brown, Ailín Pérez, Demetrious Johnson. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.